Hello there. You know, I missed that. I thought I missed. I did. I missed the happy music channel, but now it just feels too happy. Maybe that's just my mental state this week. You can see, yes, I'm wearing the same shirt I wore yesterday. It's the same shirt 3 streams in a row, because I streamed twice yesterday. I didn't work out yet today. I didn't get a shower yet today. It's already 11:30. I didn't do anything, because I can't stop thinking about Twitch. Can't stop thinking about Pete, and the changes we need to make, so on and so forth. That's fine. Let's get it. Let's do it. Let's push some buttons. Let's push this button. Okay. Making sure it wasn't going to cause a pop. Let's go over here. This song is just too happy. Look at this lonesome range. Okay, let's try a few things. Let's open over here. Seriously, we need to just make the wallpaper thing a thing, right? We need to just make it. Visual Studio Code when crashing? That was great. Visual Studio Code just crashed immediately. Nice. 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 Cool. Well. We're back apparently. Get some wallpaper. So where were we? We were... the last 2 streams, I complained... Well, yesterday was okay, right? We just played Picross last night. But ignoring the Picross stream, I feel like I was complaining so much on that Twitch. I don't want to complain all the time. I really don't. I don't want to be crabby. Don't want to complain. But... sometimes... feeling like I want to make things and then feeling hamstrung by the choices made by giant corporations or people within them or whatever other people. Just feeling a little hamstrung by choices other people make. Or feeling forced to do things. Feeling forced to do things when I don't want to do them. Like, that's not fun. That's kind of nice. It's too late. I already clicked next. That's not bad. It's really weirdly dim, but it's a cool picture. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm not articulating that well, but like I don't want to complain all the time. I don't want that to be my thing. It's just feels like it shouldn't be so hard. It's hard enough to make things because making things is hard. Like it's just hard to like do it. It's hard to do the thing. It's hard to get motivated. It's hard to sit down. Like all that stuff is already hard. And then just additional friction that's there for no reason is just so... can get very disheartening, I find. Let's go with this wallpaper. It's got a nice golden glow. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. We kind of got... this is a mess, but we'll just ignore the mess for the moment. I'm not feeling super comfortable with this. There's a reason I feel that it's appropriate to have this in here at this endpoint. Like I think it is appropriate to do it, but it's feeling a little sloppy. Like, yeah, I mean, we're making these replicas do work. Shouldn't really need to do, but we have dedicated replicas for it. I guess it's okay. Like the user and status one just feel like a little, So I don't know. Anyway, we have the thing now. You can hit the user endpoint. We did the work yesterday, which took way too long. Certainly, clearly, obviously, from mistakes I was making. But I'm going to say in my defense, I don't really feel the need to defend myself, I guess. You know, sometimes I just make mistakes. But some of the mistakes I feel like would not have happened in a different language. Okay, so this is the whole... So this is our whole user... I guess this is the user endpoint. I don't know. Comes in, we get the user ID, we make sure the user ID is good. We do this stuff, which I guess is a little weird to do here. Just have that ready up here, because we use it throughout here. We try to get the cache token. We try to verify that token if we're feeling good about it. And then when we get here, if we don't have a token, I'm still not 100%. I think this worked. I think this was okay. Don't really want to log the token here. Cache token. This, yeah, I don't know. The music's not really doing it for me. I thought I really missed this channel, but we might have to switch back to the chill. No more chill today. Get the new token if needed. Okay, I just looked to make sure the microphone was working because you know how Windows is. It's even worse in Windows 11 because they make it even harder to find. Okay. Always be set to this. Always be set to this, but stuff is just going to come in and change it. And Windows is like, oh, you want it? No problem. Like random application wants to change input? Sure, why not? Why shouldn't that be allowed? Same thing with my video camera settings. Why shouldn't any random application be able to just arbitrarily change my video settings without permission? Of course. That's exactly what you want. It's not what I want. Anyway, if we don't have a token by the time we get here, we do this little song and dance to get a new token, which, yeah, I screwed up in a dumb way yesterday. The mistake was dumb. But again, I feel the mistake might have been easier to spot in another language. The distinction between fetch and this dot fetch, really annoying here. I don't even know why I typed this dot fetch, because I almost always just forget this dot, but hey, what are you gonna do? And the token request can fail, and if it fails, if we get down to here and we have a null token, something went south. And so we just return that and say, bummer. If we do have a token, like if we make it this far, and I don't really like this kind of logic where you can just bail in the middle of the thing and not, yeah, but I think it's the way to do it here, I guess. So then we ask Twitch, we're going to ask Twitch for the user data for the ID that we have. And if we get a 200, we're just going to do this thing. User data could just be null here. What happens if user data is just null? I think it's still okay. I mean, it's not okay. But I think it just, there's no error. It just returns null. I'm not sure what Twitch really returns, but I think they give us something else. So that's probably a little weird. Because we just say 200 no matter what, you know? Which is probably not really appropriate. You know what I mean? Right now, and also we say if it fails, delete the token just in case. I don't know. I'm a little paranoid about the way these tokens are working. It just feels like there's room for error. Okay, so let's do this. Because when we do this, what? Oops. What is it? Heat workers. Well, I should have just called it heat worker, but... Okay, we send this. We make it all the way through, right? We get all the way through. The loser, look up. Looking up losers over here. I'm friend15. You're not a loser. I didn't mean that. But I think if we do this, That's funny, actually. It's a user lookup success. So it looks like we actually do get a little... Huh. That actually... No, we get a bad request. Interesting. So it is possible to get a bad request here. But we're returning that as a 200, right? Like, so that is not what we should do. That's not what we should do. What should we do instead? Probably... Oops. Like, we'll just do this whole response. Feels a little weird. But it just feels like we should be, you know, we should actually send an error here. Oh, come back. Right? Like, this should be... We will delete the token and then return... What is wrong here? Oh, shoot. Yank. Invincible. So, trending deal. Right, so this way we can say, if this response is good from Twitch, we're going to say there's a user lookup success, we're going to get the user data from it, we're going to build our dude, and then we're going to return that response. Otherwise, we're going to say user lookup failed, we're going to delete the token just in case there's something wrong with the token. Which is weird, because there's a lot of reasons a user lookup could fail, and the token is only one of them. You know, like, okay, let's just try this. Make sure this still works. So that actually should be invalid. Our user, for whatever reason, our user lookup failed. If we delete all this, that we won't get anything, but it's actually valid somehow. And then valid user. So the music, I don't know. I don't know if you can hear it. I'm gonna go back to chill for a while. I did the happy for so long, and now I feel like I've lost my happy tolerance. So the real issue here, though, if we're just throwing this token away, it just because somebody did a bad query, really we should try to figure out, like, hey, was the token bad? So we could probably do something like this, just to see what the error would be. if the token was bad. It'd be 401 unauthorized. So let's just say that if response.status equals 401, we delete the token, right? So failies. So if authorization fails, we're going to delete the token. I think that's what we're going to do. I'm going to say user lookup failed either way. It's fine. It did fail. We don't have to tell you why. Or should we? I mean, we could just split this up even more. Or, why can I not undo? Just be a little more explicit, I guess. This really is just the body, huh? If we do this, we will explicitly get a user lookup not authorized. What do we do? Even if we do this, not authorized, doesn't matter. If it is authorized, now it's failed. But that's just because it's too long or whatever. Okay, official Galaxy. It's Galaxy official. It's official. I want it. Show it to me. Cool. Okay. This feels... Feels okay, I guess. Biggest question is if we want to add caching. To this. I might know how to break this into files, but it's a little complicated because we send this out here, but then we get it back via the gossip. So like, there'd be all these hooks. We'd have to like build our own custom routing system. Which is, we may just have to. If this gets much more complicated, like this is definitely just at the cusp of like, this is a mess. Right? Because it's not like we could just say like, oh, this is the status route and just send off to the status route for anything related to status. Like we do status related stuff. We have to, the way the dog is designed, dogs. We've got to do, we have to have like gossip handlers. You're gonna have to have a request handler and a gossip handler. at a minimum, right? Okay, I don't want to get into that at the moment. So this works, quote unquote, works. So I'm kind of thinking we want like a user route. Should we just make that? Should we just have a user route? Before I was trying to not be modular because I didn't want to have to build, but we are modular now, right? Like, so, you know, we could add how do you do this? How do you do this? Where's the dog? Dog. That's not the dog. I just don't remember. Well, this isn't a module. There's export dog. Oh, I guess I can just export. Right. Well, then I'd have to import. But how do you do a default export? What is? How do you do that? This is going to be a can of worms. I can just feel it, but oh well. Okay, it's just export default user route, right? This is the way I like to do this? Because when we import, I think we just want this. Maybe. It's been a while. Gotta admit. Because I think you want to like import it and then instantiate it, or do you want to just import it and instantiate it at the same time? I don't know what. I see. So you export a single instance. Yeah, you'd import it, so export default. So you could just do... Doesn't really matter, does it? Whatever. Export default user root. So the idea is that we'd have a... What do we say? It's gonna work. Is this actually gonna work? I find that hard to believe. Does this have exports in it? How does this work? I see. We export default around everything. It's kind of wild, but okay. Okay, so it's gonna be mad, right? It's not gonna be happy about this whole situation. Did we get it? Did we actually get it? No way that worked on the first try. It was a shock. Okay, but is it actually... So another thing that's annoying is it's got to be like a multi-stage thing, right? Like, this isn't the route. This is just the, like, pass... This is just like, we're allowing this to go in, but it's not the actual handler. You know what I mean? So we kind of want to say, like, there's a weird way to do this. I don't know. If we have to do this anyway, why not just export this, right? Like, export the new... Right? I do that. Seems like it didn't like that, but then it sort of seemed like it did like that, so... That weird? Because then we just have this, and then we could just have like a handle request. And then this business, this whole business, I kind of want to send it, hey, the state and the environment and the request, or the request, the environment, the context. I don't want to send it the request, the state, and the environment. When we construct or when we say handle? Kind of be nice to have that just be a dumb... In fact, couldn't it be? Couldn't that just be totally static? Like, couldn't that be like a static method in a class? Is there a way to do that? So like, we just flag that. I didn't actually know you could do that, but because then I don't, you know, we could avoid. Would I prefer this? I think so, because then the route doesn't have to exist. It's just a handler. That better? But we need the request and the end and the state. All three to come in. And then I don't know if I like what I'm doing at all. But just trying it. Just because this file is definitely getting to the point where it's hurting my feelings a little bit. It's It's just a little too much. Like, it's just big enough to be a little annoying to navigate, you know? Isn't there like a go to end of block or something? Okay, there's probably going to be a reason that this is a bad idea, but... So then we would just say, like, user root dot handle, what? Request this dot end and this dot state. We just pass in the environment and the state. What do we think about that? It's gonna screw up, right? 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 I don't actually know what's failing. Could not resolve roots user MJS. Really? Do you need one of these? I'm sure this is an obvious thing, but you know, switch languages a lot. Don't remember how to do anything. We can't resolve. That's kind of weird, though. Right? Like... I mean, that seems to be what it's complaining about. But that doesn't feel right. I don't use this dumb builder. That's the file. So where am I? It seems like I should be in a place that I could talk to source, roots, user MJS. Yes, build. Could not resolve. But I need multiple entry points with my good grief. I don't want to. Ugh. I hate build systems. I hate them. I hate them. I will always hated them. I will always hate them. Forever. Forever and ever. I shall hate them. So, how do I say also look? Also look in place. Shouldn't be that hard, right? Just to say like, hey, also look in place. don't care. I don't care. So that's what we're trying to do. Trying to build this boy. How do you find the... I just feel like this shouldn't be complicated, right? This should not be complicated. It shouldn't be hard. Shouldn't be hard, right? Why doesn't anything work ever? Why? Why can't you find it? Why? Why? I don't even know what I'm looking for. What incredibly obvious thing am I missing? What extraordinarily obvious thing? What extremely obvious thing am I missing? You know, I would think it would be this. This is what I think it would be. But what do I know? What do I know? Nothing. I don't know anything. Either that or this. Wait, where did the... Oh, well, okay, never mind. That was 100% my fault. That was 1,000% my fault. Okay. I was missing something very silly and obvious. Somehow I was in heap broker. Good grief. How did I manage that? How was it even sort of working? Why did it even act like it was working? Okay. Well, that was a very silly mistake on my part. I take full ownership of that. Apparently, this week, I'm just incapable of making anything. Okay. That's great. That's great. That was a very silly mistake. Extremely silly mistake. No one to blame but myself on that one. Okay. How was it kind of working, though? Okay, that's fine. Utilities we don't have. So... What? I don't know. I don't know exactly how I want to do this. Maybe we just have a... Well, that's a silly. How did I end up even in... How did I even end up in there? No one to blame but myself, that one. Utilities.mjs. And then we grab the utilities out of this nightmare, which is not that many, are there? Yeah, we don't even have that much going on here. Pretty static. Interesting. Oh, our like global shared headers we don't have. Ugh, it's kind of annoying because that is a lot of stuff we need to pass in here. Because we have this like shared headers that we use everywhere. Can I modify env at runtime? Like, can I just... Ugh, it's so confusing. Env means so many things in Cloudflare. It's terrible. Env means 3 different things, minimum. But like, can I mess with env? I don't know if I can. I kind of like to. Like, can I write to environmental variables from... That's different from environments. Environment variables. Can you write to environment variables? I kind of would guess, sort of know that you can't, but I actually don't know. Let's just try it. Should we try it? And is the env shared? Because that's sort of what I would like to do. Like, what's the best way to have these shared? I guess one way is to have, like, a constant. You know, just throw these in a constants file, and then that is, or like a globals file or something like that, and just have all this state can be in one place and can be shared across files. Started getting kind of weird. But you could imagine something that was like, means it's not really constant then, right? Is that true? Is that true? You have a const object? Constants. Export default constants. Is that a thing I can do? Seems pretty silly. But then you could throw these in there. For example. Already, I don't know. It's nice to be organized, but then this already starts to feel like a little wonky. You know? And because it's stupid JavaScript, we'll just never know if anything's gonna break. Oh, I hate JavaScript so much. Oh my gosh. Can we just switch to TypeScript? What's wrong with you? Can I not do this? I thought you could do this. Can't do that. Of course not. Use it a lot. Good boy. So many places. Oops. Oh, can't do that. A lot of changes. This really makes me feel like something's gonna break. Doesn't feel very good. Does not feel great. These like shared headers. It's gonna be smart enough to change all those. Wow. Okay. But I mean, basically guaranteed that I screwed something up, right? Like pretty much guaranteed. I think we're not sending our... That's our headers to Twitch. Response headers. Okay, just basically guaranteed that we broke something. Valid user ID. Okay. If only we had unit tests. I don't want unit tests. We just have like a compiler. Didn't Babel used to do that? Or like, no way to do that? Like, JS hint? Is that what people use? What do people use these days? Is that old? Is JS hint? JS lint? JS whatever? Like, what's the... Where's Life is Yours when I need him? I just don't know what people use these days. These kids today. And my main concern is that I've like potentially broken some pathway of heat. You know, it's you don't know. There could be some error looking here that I would have no idea until that line of code was reached at runtime. You know, it's not great. So I guess I feel a little better having this broken out, but I don't know. Still feels like there's room for issues. So we have the request, we have the environment, we have the state. We can probably do some kind of, you think in ES build we can do a lot of things? Maybe you don't get that, maybe you just have to use it with... Joy, the best data validator. I just don't even know what people use. It changes all the time. And like, yeah, I could write tests, but like, there are things that a compiler would just find for me, you know? I guess if this was all TypeScript, then maybe that would help. Maybe. I guess it would help in terms of types, but like, it's not going to solve... It's not going to just discover things that would only appear at runtime, or will it? Will it? Will it? Okay, so this is whatever. We broke this out. This still feels like the biggest file in the universe. We could try to break status out, but status is a whole other thing. Like, this probably wants to be like handle request. Because if we did status, we'd have to handle requests and we'd have to handle gossip. Right? Because status does several things. Status will will gossip, and it will wait for the gossip to happen. So if we did a status route, which I'm kind of tempted to do because we've already gone this far, if we're gonna break everything, we might as well break it all the way. Don't need any status stuff in here. In here we do, though, right? We'd have to return this.get channel connection list, which it's kind of weird, right? I guess it's fine. It'd be sort of saying, like, if this... I don't know, man. Let's just try to write it real fast. New file. Status.mjs is basically going to be identical to the users, right? Because it's going to handle requests, and it's going to have a static async handle gossip. Is this how we want to do this? Who knows? But basically, that's all fine. One thing is like const, it'd be like can you have this like a static const? Gossip type. Can you do that? Is that a thing you can do? It would appear to be a thing I can do. So then inside here, up top, status would stay the same. I still don't know exactly what I want to do about this. Like, that's sort of a whole different conversation. But this little status handler, right? This would become our status request handler. And we do a return status route handle request this dot end this dot state, right? And then up here we'd have a status root. There's still something gonna be wrong here, right? There's still something not like this is the problem here. How are we gonna get this? Do we pass this in and have this and in the end state? Is that the better way? We do the handle request and we like pass in the replica. And that gives us the env and the state and gives us the ability to like do stuff on the replica. That's probably better. So okay, we got the status root. So in other words, we would just do this. We give you the request and give you the replica. Feels a little sloppy. Maybe a lot sloppy. But... no, not that. It's almost like passing in parent or something. Same thing with state. Right? Possibly. And then over here, the same thing. Just give you the whole replica. And then from the replica, you can do that. Seems a little weird. Maybe more than a little weird, but hey. Broken? Broken. What's broken? Was it? Oh, wait. Oh, wait. How did I do that? How did I not even notice that? Who knows? And then if we just go to status. So, that's fine. But over there. We want to also, in the status dude, also handle gossip. So, like, one thing we want to do here is instead of this, have, I guess it's just going to be this.gossip type. And then inside the handle gossip, we're gonna... this is where it's gonna be a little weird. We have two options. Either we just say, like, always handle the gossip, and then it gets disregarded. You know, like, it's just... if a given module doesn't care about the gossip, it doesn't care about it. Or we have to check out here before we pass it through. I guess I'm tempted to just say, like... well, the pattern we have above, though, actually, is we check to see, are you our buddy? And if you're our buddy, you get the thing. So I guess this would need to be, like, if this is status route.gossip type, then return status route.handle gossip. I don't think it needs... it does. It needs a replica this time. Oops. But not... let's go ahead and pass the gossip. Just because then that pattern kind of... and then we just will return... we'll give you the gossip, you give the replica. So that's not too terrible, right? And this will make it a little easier to do this cleanup thing we started to do, but didn't get around to. Because it would have been annoying to kind of cram in. But now we have an easier way to add routes. So we have two routes. We can handle requests. We can handle gossips. There's other things, you know, we could imagine other kinds of things, like stuff that needs to respond to WebSocket messages or whatever, like other hooks, basically, for these routes. But I think we're just going to basically say that we have routes that can handle gossip and handle normal requests. Possibly, maybe. So now we do this. Seems like that works. and user view count. That out her one. That out her one? That out her one. I don't know. Okay, that seems like that comes through. Feels like there's an extremely distinct possibility that we broke other stuff though, because we've been all up in heat. I guess while we're at it, do we break the stupid JWT thing out? I mean, why not? Since we're breaking every single thing, let's just get this guy. And let's get it out of here. Get it out of here. Not going to do the job. Okay. We've got extra like commented out stuff in this file, but that does help pare this file down a bit. Certainly stuff we could do to tighten it up still. Obviously. Oh boy. Like, we could break all the heat stuff into a separate handler just to separate it from sort of like the overall boilerplate routery stuff. Maybe. So what would it take to do these inside here? Get the replica. Input status. You pass the environment. Kind of have everything you need. Yeah, so you could do this like, yeah, it's tricky. It's like this is handle fetch, then handle request. I don't know exactly how you'd want to put it, whatever. Look at this fetch. Why would you do that? So actually, okay, I blamed Luke for that. It's not. It's a deeper problem. It's Cloudflare. Cloudflare chose to use fetch as the name of the like class method that gets called to do the module-based workers. It's not Luke's fault. Well, maybe it is. Maybe he designed that at Cloudflare. Who knows? But I'm going to say I don't like that. I don't like it one bit. And we're going to take a short break to play Wordle. In a little Wordle break, right? Wordle, video game. Great. What Spark? Bad one. Bad one. Over. Boiler. Oliver. Outer. Really? Other? Okay. Not my best work. We got fast-ish. Okay. Let's get that. Let's get that over here in Jacqueline's car. Very important. Okay, what, now we've broken this up all over the place, right? How do you do this? Just out of curiosity. How would we do like a TypeScript MJS? You know, like how do you do that? Like an MTS? Could I do an MTS? I just want to try. Let's try one file. What's the shortest one is utilities, right? So what if we made this an MTS? Did that actually work? There's no types in there. How do you do this? How do you write TypeScript? Like is that how you do it? Did I just write TypeScript? Did I do it? Did I write it? Did I write TypeScript all by myself? Look at me writing TypeScript. Uh-oh. Wait, does that give me an array? It does. Oh my gosh. Nobody's even here to see that I did it. I wrote TypeScript. What a day. Huh? Check that out. I wrote TypeScript. Like, is that all you get really from TypeScript is strong typedness? I mean, that's fine. That's good. That's great. Strongly typed, object-oriented, compiled language. Designed by... I didn't know that. The C# designer. Huh. Got no errors at all? This is... Look at me writing TypeScript left and right. Incredible. TypeScript everywhere. This one's probably got problems, right? Like, how do we... Like, what's a secret? Is it a string? I think it's a string. I think token... I think both these are strings. Pretty sure these are both strings. Okay. Pretty sure this is a string. Oh my gosh. Can you believe how much TypeScript I've written? And these are just, we know these because there's no, could be inferred. Kind of seems... I mean, it's just an object, I guess. We're just parsing that. Could be anything. Could be anything. That is a uint8 array. So there's some places where I guess where it's just... There's no question of the type. Well, we're on a roll now. Let's just do it. So request is a request. Replica is a replica, but you don't know what a replica is. Right? How could you know? How could you possibly know? That's how you do it. Brackets. Interesting. So just having the type in here, even if I don't actually use it, is that not good enough? Why is that not good enough? What? Module worker bindings. Oh boy. How do I know what that is? Module worker bindings, huh? Module worker dot bindings. That's a durable object stub, though. How do I know, like, what am I? Nobody knows. Channel group extends a group. Replica, it's just, what are you? That's kind of interesting. So TypeScript does give you, like, you can have abstract classes and generics and... Okay. But like, what is this type? How do I know? How do I know that? Like, this thing is supposed to give me a... Gives me a durable object stub, but then what's that gonna do? Like, this is identify, but it seems like it wants a type, but that didn't pass it. I don't understand how it works. I don't understand. I don't know how you do this. How do I know that? How do I know what that is? Like, how does one say that you were me? How would you know what this type was? It's just a thing that extends that. But what is the type? What are you? How do you know this? So I don't think that was actually the problem here, right? It wasn't that it couldn't... No, we do need it. Okay. So that is required. But then how do you know... What is gossip? I don't think it's typed. It's just like a thing. Okay, well we have some weird. Not using utilities in here. There's just some things I don't know. You know, I don't know how to do this yet. Oh, but we're having so much fun. We're just doing. We got requests. We got replicas. We got dogs. Are these actual errors, or are they just... Okay, that looks broken. So what's your deal? Why did these not get updated to our shared headers? It's disappointing. Just looking to see if there's like some unopened or unsaved changes. Well, is that broken in here? Status headers. We have the shared headers. How do we end up? How'd that happen? Okay, but that's good that found that as an error, because that was an error. That was not obvious, and when this wasn't TypeScript. So, okay, I'm convinced by TypeScript, even if we don't actually type everything. What's funny is it still compiles that, I guess. It just tells me, hey friend, got some issues. So we get this little marker buddy for, how do we see that? Is that problems? What is this? What are we doing here? Oh my gosh. Okay, hang on. We just want, oh no. We want, I mean, there's no problems here, or does it mean my filter was wrong? That's funny. So problems. I just want to know, where's the list of these? Is there a list of these somewhere? Just a list of ambiguous types? Yeah, I don't know what to do about the replica type. I don't know. I really don't know. Maybe we can get the type if we MTS this buddy. I feel like this is going to break everything, right? Look at these errors. Oh my goodness. This is kind of weird. Right? Like, what's the appropriate way to do this with TypeScript? Maybe dog doesn't support TypeScript. Come on, dog. I think the examples were not TypeScript, right? I think the examples are... No, they are. I mean, isn't that what that means? Right? Isn't that a little... little suspicious. Because the first thing we do, we're all good until we get to here. A channel extend group, export class channel group extends group. Export class pool extends group. Import identify group replica from dog. What's funny is this kind of doesn't look like TypeScript except for this. Like this is the one place. Well, where does this come from? Can't find name bindings. I don't know what you are, but that's what the example shows. So I don't know, is example written in TypeScript? What's it written in? Types. There's a byte declare namespace module worker. What's this? What is this? Record string kv namespace dribble namespace etc etc etc. Draclin. I think you're right. No, I agree with you. But what's weird is it looks very incomplete, right? Like when you look at this example, there's nothing typey about this except for that one thing. That one, oh gosh, we're lost. That one, this one type statement of bindings, but what is bindings? Where does it come from? Why do none of these things have types? So it looked, I mean, if I had to guess, it was like maybe he just hastily went through and tried to de-typescriptify it and then just forgot one thing. So what we have to find then is what do we actually, like, I don't even know what even is this, you know? Like, what is this stuff? What is this? What is this? Is this a thing that just TypeScript knows how to find? Or do you have to tell TypeScript, like, hey, find this thing? But I don't think that's what this is. Is that what it is? Definitions for bindings. I think this is his idea of what bindings are. I think it's this as defined here in this module worker namespace. So, which gets kind of weird, but let's just look at his worker. But there's this other types in here. Okay. It's this. This is what we want. Okay. So I think durable object namespace, etc., etc., etc. So we get this whole thing. So what is this thing? Types.ts. So presumably this is the main dude. Okay, this is where we get it. This is where we get bindings. And then we can make, oh boy. It just makes it a bit complicated, huh? But when we get the room, this is the identify. This is our replica. But this is not, it's not like very typey. Right? Like once we're down to, okay, we're certainly missing this, right? Which is fine. But our room, we need to know about replicas. We do need to know about bindings. And then when we talk about a replica, that's it. So we need that bindings, which was declared here. Which is pretty weird because this looks like a module to me because it exports. I see. So he has his own bindings for like a lobby type binding and a room type binding. We have our own idea of those bindings. Export interface bindings. So when we're doing this, or when our buddy Luke's doing stuff here, yeah, I don't know. I don't understand the thinking. I don't know how to think in TypeScript, so maybe there's some reason for this. But those types are not lobby and room. Those are what's in the. Those are like the environments. The environmental variables that return, I guess, to like the pointers to those durable objects, or whatever the right term is. The way to get to those durable objects. Uh-oh. Amazon Sumerian service. Transitioning the existing experience functionality of Amazon Sumerian to allow the author scenes using Babylon, etc., etc., etc. Okay. Whatever. Whatever. Yeah. Well, it's just, I mean, the weirdest thing is I actually didn't know this, but it makes perfect sense, especially seeing that the designer of TypeScript is the designer of C#. It makes a lot of sense. Is like, I didn't even realize that there was support for generics in I didn't realize that there was support for generics in the thing, the thing, TypeScript. Yeah. So, but what's interesting here is that it seems like the generics are kind of like, I don't know. I'm pretty like, doesn't this look like a strangely recursive call or something? Like, this is an interface called bindings, but in here you're referencing the interface inside, or does this mean something else? Like, I don't really. Yeah, I'm a little bit mixed on generics. I've certainly used them. There's been times that I've found them extremely valuable, especially for like utility kinds of things. But I don't know. They're leaning into a lot of problems that you can have with inheritance. Yeah, I just don't. I don't know either. But just like conceptually, this idea seems weird to me. It's like, okay, I get it. You have an interface, and that interface has. This is an object with these, like, but what? How does this relate to? And where is durable object namespace coming from? Where is that? And how does that relate to this folder with this thing called types, where we have another thing called bindings that is totally different? This is also called bindings in this namespace. Like, this feels weird to me. It's not, I can't look at this and really understand what's going on. It's pretty confusing. Like, extends bindings equals bindings? What? Like, this syntax is not doing it for me. It easily could be totally obvious, but I feel like I've never even seen it, just even looking at TypeScript. I mean, the idea, I get it. Like, generics and interfaces, I understand, like, conceptually, but the way they are being used here looks insane to me. So I don't know what I need, right? Like, am I missing this? Am I missing this thing? And that's all? Like, if I just had this file, would it work? Like, everybody's grabbing import type bindings from types. That feels like what we're missing. But I don't. Like, what is the difference? Oh, sorry. MTS. Like, why do we have... Does it matter? Like, what is the distinction here? Is there something actually... So we can have declaration file extensions. a declaration file. So that D dot. That's just what it spits out. So it doesn't seem like TypeScript cares. It just will spit it out. The declaration, I don't understand that. Like like, do I need this? That at types, like what's actually important in there? It looks like it. So the thing that is just extremely confusing just to look at and try to understand this as a person that doesn't write TypeScript, the thing that is extremely confusing is inside here, there's this module worker namespace that, like, this feels like a weird thing for me to need an example. Like, this feels like a thing that should exist elsewhere, unless this is just his glue to let you, like, give you insight into something that is provided by Cloudflare to make it work with TypeScript. You know, like if Cloudflare just has some global thing. But what is not clear to me really is if is this like a thing that is just convenience, you know? Is it like gives you a little sugar? And then this is the thing I'm actually missing. Kind of feel like this is the thing I'm actually missing. I just don't know what's going on, you know? Like, but what's module working binding? So without that declaration file, then this doesn't mean anything and this doesn't mean anything, right? Like those are things that are coming from. This is confusing. Like, so this is dependent on this thing sitting up here, this dude, right? Because that's the only way that we know about. It isn't though. Where does the durable object namespace thing come from? Is it from here? And does it pick that up automatically, or do I have to do, you know, am I required to add some special sauce? Like, if I just have... I don't really like this. So I don't know what it's all about, Draclin. What it's all about is Twitch is breaking things like they love to do, you know, it's their hobby. And so I'm trying to fix some. That's just wrong. This is supposed to be called. So I was fixing broken Twitch things, and then while I was at it, I was getting frustrated with JavaScript because JavaScript's terrible, as we all know, and I was thinking, like, maybe I should just look at TypeScript a little bit. And so I made a few little submodules. I converted a few little submodules into TypeScript, and I was like, oh, that's nice. It's actually finding some errors at compile time instead of runtime, which is one of the main things that makes JavaScript intolerable. And then I was like, well, what if I just go through one by one and start converting all of the parts of the Heat EBS into TypeScript? And so I was going one at a time, and it was all working reasonably well until I got to dealing with these custom types that are declared by dog, by the durable object group stuff. And, you know, we were all good until we got... Like, where does this stuff come from? Getting dangerously too businessy. I know, but it's, well, I have two options, right? I have three options. One is I make all these changes with all of these possible routes and all of these possible ways that an individual request can filter through. And because it's JavaScript, any one of them can be broken, and I have no way of knowing until one of them's called, right? So either I have to, like, manually go through every single thing and try to check it all independently, which I obviously don't want to do and would probably overlook something, or I write a bunch of unit tests to do that same thing, which obviously I don't want to do, or I do the thing that a sane programming language would I rely on the thing I'd rely on with a real programming language, which is to have the compiler identify problems for me. And so that seemed like not a bad route. So I went through and I converted all these modules to TypeScript, and it took nothing, basically. I mean, it took almost nothing. Until I got to this part, which was like trying to convert the body of the main script to TypeScript. And that is where things got, a little hinky, let's say. So yeah, maybe it's one step too far. Maybe I will undo that, but I'm interested now because it feels like, I mean, I don't know. I do potentially have some, it's been a while, but I have like some JavaScript-y, application-y-esque kinds of jobs on the horizon. And so, I see. So there's a tsconfig up a level. And does it have a bunch of nonsense in it too? There's no tsconfig up here. The tsconfig here. There is a types up here. So here's all these types. And here's our missing, interesting. So how do we get this stuff? How do we get these types? Like in an example, this types, like how do you get this? Well, but which namespace are these in? I mean, that's what's confusing here. So yes, you're right. So I am just running the compiler on it is actually fine. It's almost enough, except there are places like this where it sees these as generics that want a type, right? And so that's where I'm breaking down. I could rename this back to JS and I would be totally fine. But I'm just as an exercise trying to see, like, because it's helping me identify problems. Like this is a problem. So that's good. It's helping me identify some problems. I'm just looking at the moment, like, what does it take to fix? Actually, that problem's probably not really a problem. I think that's interesting. Let me think about this for a second. It's not really a problem. It's just that, yeah. I'd have to make my own type. I'd have to make my own type to do this, because this is a very JavaScript thing to do, right? Is just decide that, oh, okay, I'm going to have some stuff here. So we have two levels of problems to solve if we want to go with TypeScript, which I'm going to spend half an hour just seeing what it would take, because I would like to understand it, because yeah, I do have some, like, what's the problem here? Is it just that we can't? Okay, it's just not finding that because it's not figuring this out because we're missing that type, right? So if we, that I understand to a certain extent, is like, okay, it's a generic, and somewhere that generic, there's a type that it needs. If we're going to be explicit about it, we need to know what that is, and that seems to be specified here, right? What is this? Don't know what that is. But seems to be the thing we want appears to be here, right? So we have our own copy of this. And then this is where it's a little bit weird, but we can import a type from there. That's interesting too, I guess, that we don't really need to, okay. But so, but I think what's going to happen is I'm going to end up needing to make my own type, which is okay, I think. Do I not have to have an extension on these? Does it just find them? Seems not happy about that. Also, it's funny that those are MJS and not MTS, but I guess it's like, that's a little weird, right? That's a little bit weird. Anyway, so now if I do this, do I know? I mean, some of this stuff is easy enough. You're a request object. We got that. We'd have to go look and see what these are, though, to see what these types are, right? These aren't errors. They're just saying like, hey, you don't know the type here. We're gonna like, can't help you out. But here's where we are having issues. So does that do our job? And it seems like it doesn't, right? So why, if we look at their index TS, they do this, and in, so it would be, and actually they have a separate file for it, which is fine. That sort of makes sense. So that would be their lobby. So that lobby knows about bindings. The lobby actually, do I need any of that stuff? That's funny because this lets me get away with this because it's okay. So I don't actually think I have to extend. So I can pass that. I don't need the state in the env here because it gets passed in. So this is fine. And this is weird. The type here is also bindings. So I honestly don't understand that. This is pretty weird. I mean, what do they have? They just have it. Bajosi. Baschetti. How's it going? Welcome back. You're just in time to see me not know what I'm doing. Okay, but this is making sense to me, right? Like the only thing we're missing here, I think, is literally this. And right, like those are just here. They won't be. We just need them to exist. Which I don't know if there's a more appropriate way to do this. Like our buddy over here just has it declared, so that's kind of like a, you know. This is a weird one though. I don't understand this because I thought we could do this. Maybe we can, and we just have to. So when we link it, our buddy here doesn't even use a constructor, it looks like. Did our buddy have a constructor? The thing is, we want a constructor. Or maybe we don't. Maybe we just on link is essentially our constructor. Is that how we should be thinking of this? That link is basically define the relationship between the group and its child class. Is that like, is link good enough? I kind of think I don't want to just assume that because it doesn't look like it's being used in that way. But in the examples, it's really not. You would maybe assume that only would get called once, but I guess I don't know. But there's really nothing in here about. So what do we think the right answer is? Because there's no constructor here. I mean, it's just this basically. I mean, we do use the state in the environment, right? What are you? That's not replica, that should be this. Look at that, TypeScript catching errors, incredible. Look at this, another error, incredible. It was worth it. It was worth it all. I don't know. I actually don't know. To construct or not construct, I do not have the answer to that question. So here's where we're a little screwed, right? Like this env. So we do use it. So we have a couple options. Either we just, anything we know we want from the environment, we pull at construction. Well, we can't do that. We need the state. So, like that's the chicken. That's the coward's way out. Just smooth jams. Okay, that saves us here, but I think we still have major problems. Like, I think that helps us out at this level. And I mean, we're getting through this. I guess that these errors don't actually stop compiling. Yeah. But, I mean, we have a million places, obviously, that we could go in and add types, right? Like, we also have so many. I don't know really what your solution is supposed to be for that in JavaScript. Where you just have like an arbitrary object. It's just an object. That's all it is. I mean, we're parsing this. So actually, that would mean that it's a string. That true? I mean, we're looking at it like it's always going to be a string. And we're looking at this like it's always going to be a WebSocket. So I'm not going to, I don't know. I'm not going to go super deep on the typiness at the moment, but I think we have some errors. So one of those errors is this durable object namespace issue. And I think that's because we don't have those TypeScript options to say like, hey, you need to look in here. And then this, I don't even know what's going on here. So I think we need a TS config. Because I could read the README, huh? P and PM. But I feel like this is what we're... Okay, so we're looking inside dog. Inside the example. So this would hopefully help us find all of these types. And then include types and worker. We don't have worker, we have source. So let's just do, this is how you use computers these days. Control-C, Control-V. .ts config. How do you feel now? You feel great. What did I do wrong? So inside, you can go inside like the root of our project, basically, we made a TS. It's not .tsconfig. It's just tsconfig. And I don't really feel like that saved the day. Like, do I actually have so we know we're TypeScript. But how do we... Okay, let's just think about this a little bit. So in this case, we're looking at node modules dog. So we're in here. We don't want to be in source with this tsconfig, right? We actually want to be one level up. Worker and types. I think. Okay, I gotta just get my hierarchy a little tidied up, huh? Let's move this in here. Let's move. Nope, don't move that in there. Move this up here. Yeah, you're right. You're totally right. tsconfig. Babel, you're just in time. I called you Babel. But Yossi. Yes, I had the hierarchy wrong. I had it all wrong. I mean, this guy looks exactly like me. This is exactly what we have the same nose, actually. Look at my nose. Does it look like that guy's nose? Do I have the exact same profile as this guy? Wait. How do I never noticed this before? Pretend I had a bigger beard. Wait a second. How have I... What? We have that same, like, vaguely caveman-ish brow. What is this place? Very similar nose shape. I don't know what to think about that. Okay, anyway, sorry, yes, everything was in the wrong place. Now we should be able to see, we should be in the right level of hierarchy to have our types, our source, etc., etc., etc. I still don't know what's going on, but it's okay. Now we have Bayosi. Don't look at this. Get out of here, Slack. Oh no, was that important work? Did I just show important work? Okay. Shoot. Okay, I don't think it was that secret. Man, Slack, why? Why? Okay, what did I just show? I showed a little bit of a contract. I showed a little bit of two contracts. Man. Oh boy. Okay. Well, we'll go censor that later, I guess. Why can't I make it through a single stream without showing something? I mean, that's me. Look at this nose. Basically identical. Should I be this guy for Halloween? I have much more forehead. Slope of the forehead, very different. The beard, my beard not as robust. Can we just Photoshop this beard onto me? Okay, well. Why can't I make it through a single stream without showing something I'm not supposed to show? I wish I could tell Windows to never, ever, ever open anything on this monitor, ever. Just don't ever open anything on this monitor. Is that possible? Can we do that? Can we just tell Windows that this monitor is the forbidden monitor and you just cannot open anything here, or it's a crime? I might have just committed a very slight crime. Maybe not a crime, but like a slight, say, breach of contract. Contract wasn't signed yet, though, right? It's not signed yet, so not even written yet, really. So it's probably fine. I don't think. Sometimes just even the name of a thing is NDA'd, but I think it's all okay. I think it's okay. Just annoying. I mean, the real answer is I should just have a different computer, I guess, to work on. But like, I don't want to do that. Boot into a different account or something. One day I'll just have a separate building. And I'll go into a separate building and nothing... Oh my gosh, Draclin, how can I try to be careful, I really do. I really try. I try to be careful. I try to be careful to open things on the other screen, but sometimes you just like hit a shortcut in Windows and you accidentally just bring up Slack or whatever. Where do we get these types? Like the function, okay. Bella Lugosi's dead? Bella Lugosi's... Is that a band? It's a song by Bauhaus. Okay. I don't know. Maybe that's a problem with my life, is there's just such a blurry line between work and not work. Okay. Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice, are you a TypeScript expert? This is all functional. I just want to like get rid of errors at this point, I think. Oh, I just got a Slack message. Uh-oh. Is it saying like, hey, did you just show this on stream? Okay, no, it wasn't. It was like it wasn't the Slack police. It's probably fine. It's not even that big of a deal. It's more just frustrating than anything. I need to just exit any... Yeah, whatever. Okay. You're not a TS expert? Okay. So what I was hoping was that by having that TS config file, which I believe is now where we want it, right? Top level, that we can look in node modules dog star and say we want to include @types and source. Like when we compile. Wait, did I do something wrong? Oh, tsconfig JSON. Good grief, you're totally right. Okay, was that all I needed? Just name the file correctly? tsconfig JSON. What are you mad about? Non-relative paths are not allowed when base URL is not set. Okay. This doesn't exist, but that's fine. Why is it mad up here? Okay. So now... Okay, so this file seems like it's happy now. We're looking in the dog. We're looking in types. We're looking in lib. Okay, did we get it? I think we got it. That's all it was. I just renamed the file incorrectly. We didn't get it. We did not get it. Why? So this durable object namespace... But we do have module working. We have this. We have module worker. So that's an improvement. And this is all... This is not good now. We're still missing durable object namespace, which I thought we were going to get from dog. Yeah, I know. Beetlejuice is really... I mean, I do appreciate some modesty, humility, but where what's our problem? We do have this up here. These types, which is probably where like where are those things declared? Where is this stuff? How do we know about durable object namespace? Where does that come from? I don't know. I'm making lots of rookie mistakes this week. Wait, there is a TS config up here. What's going on in this TS config? Oh, good lord. It is Cloudflare. It is Cloudflare. And it is... So is it like... But I don't know if there's a separate module there. Like, Luke is an insane person, so I feel like all of these... Like, in this land, he has, like, written TypeScript types for all this stuff. But maybe I'm wrong. Like, in other words, I think it's declared here. I don't think it's declared somewhere else. But I might be wrong about that. Like, where are you declared? In here? No, that's your type. Where do we actually declare durable object namespace? Doesn't this imply... I mean, that kind of looks to me like it comes from somewhere else. This TS config says look in source and look in types. Does this source have... Well, I do have this types, which this worked, right? Like I believe this worked because now in here I can see this module worker bindings, right? What I'm not, are you saying explicitly include the types from dog? Because that seems to be like what I'm missing, but that isn't, I don't see where it's declared. Where is it declared? Like, where are you? Who are you? Okay, there is a Cloudflare workers types here. So there is an @Cloudflare here, and that seems to be where durable object namespace, well, they talk about it at least. There's KV namespace. Yeah, I think that's not a bad plan. But how does his script not need that? How does his script not need... You would think that would need to be like either explicitly stated, like explicitly importing. Important, don't do that. Yeah, don't do that. Right? Like this doesn't, unless there's something in here. Oh, it's right here. You're right. It's right there. I totally missed it. Okay. That's funny though. It's in compiler options, not in the include. Okay, I bet you're 100% right. I bet that's it. That's it. It's got to be it. I don't know how I overlooked that. I guess because I thought that this was compiler options and that this is where you did includes, but weirdly, okay. I mean, should I just steal this whole business? I kind of want to just take this whole file. Watch this. Watch me do this. It's not going to be quite right. Okay. I don't know. It's one of those things that where it's just like I don't have any familiarity with this, so I'm like I feel extra clumsy. It's like I don't know. I just don't know what to do. Maybe it's this. Node modules. So we almost want this to be the same. Really, the only difference is inside paths and the compiler options. Is that the only difference? ES 2020, always strict. Always strict. Okay, I don't know. Well, now we have errors where we didn't have errors before. So this is good. That's good. Yes. So you're totally right. Those types, I had thought that he was like manually doing those types, but no, there is a separate Cloudflare module that has the types, which he probably wrote. You know something weird though? Something still weird that still doesn't check out, actually? This doesn't check out. That's not what so that can't be right. We need channel replica, channel underscore group and channel underscore replica are our, that's a little weird. I think. Good heavens. There's errors inside the node modules, but I don't care. I don't know how to close all tabs. I think when I'm in Vim mode, there's a Vim-ish way to do that. So, okay, what are we actually doing? Check this message. It's not important. It's a picture of a cat. It's good. Important message. So there's a close all. Did I miss it? File close. I mean, is it just in here? Close all something? What? Close all editors. Okay. Okay, so something is surely still broken. But that's okay. Let's just go through this one at a time. Looks great. Looks great. This is happy now. I'm still not totally clear on what the function of these bindings are. I don't know. I assume these need to match the environment names because he matched them to the environment names, but I'm not actually sure what that relationship is. It really isn't clear. I mean, honestly, that's the thing I'm most nervous about, I guess, because if we look in that example and we look at his TOML, his bindings, yeah, room and lobby, uppercase room, uppercase, and then these are the class names, room, lobby. And then that is his when he does this, he uses lobby and room. Lobby, room. That matches his types, and I don't know why. But I'm gonna match it just because I don't really know what it does. Okay. So that all seems fine. We do have some issues here. This is now happy because we can make this a replica bindings if we import types. Nope. The MJS versus, TMS is pretty weird. Still don't know quite what's going on there. What's your problem? Okay, I see. So we have to say we just want this as a type. So that's fine. So we're going to start to have some issues here. Oh, you right click up here? You're right. Close it all. Thank you. This is where we're gonna have issues with this type for where I've just added things. That means we have to, yeah. That means we have to have our own type, right? We have to have a type that's gonna extend that. Is that the only way around this? Is there some other way? So I can have these methods associated with it? It's going to be the same issue here, right? So if we have a replica, and we have a replica bindings, and this will be an import type, oops, and import type bindings from This is sort of annoying. I feel like you should be able to get the environment from the replica, but what do I know? So if we now we can at least go to this definition, right? So at least we can get in here, get an inv of something that extends bindings. We get all this stuff. Are we missing something here? This is just the receive the HTTP request. We get the request, but only the request. We don't get any other context. Kind of annoying. It'd be nice if we got the environment and the state here. So it's kind of saying like, yeah, we can get this constructor, but like we'd have to make our own. Does that seem correct? Like I'm gonna have to make my own type? Is that? Have a channel replica type and a channel group type that have some additional. That's okay. I mean, that's like, that feels more correct. I certainly am not used to that in JavaScript world. I don't know what is this? I don't know what this is. Like this whole thing is a little weird, right? Because this is the how did everybody do this? So the actual worker. And then we export default worker. So this has a type. So this would be kind of interesting. Would be we basically do this. And then down here we would do, we do the thing. So it makes sense probably to call this worker, but and we have the bindings. So that lets us do that. And that will at least let us know. That means this is now meaningful, right? Like this is already. Really? The fetch handler. You get a request, you get an environment, and you get a context. But this is weird. But that means I don't have to be explicit about that, right? Because I don't have to be explicit about this because it's the class already knows, right? So I don't have to do this. It's not my job. Not my problem. That's pretty weird though. So why wouldn't it be smart enough to figure this out? Because if this is... Let me think about this for a second. I already have classes that extend this. I just need to be sure that inside there, I'm not thinking about replicas. I'm thinking about channel replicas, and I'm thinking about channel groups. So that's fine. That makes sense. So that's easy. I'm confused about this. Like, why would that ever be up for discussion, right? Like it should... The class. So why would that be ambiguous? So it's a durable object state and then bindings, I guess, still. Oops. Why can't I do this? I'd have to parse this as an int. Well, that's going to be kind of weird. Argument of type string, whatever, is not assignable to a parameter of type string. Why? Well, how do I deal with this? Sort of weird, right? What's the appropriate KB namespace env get like what's your how are we supposed to deal with that? Nobody uses the environment. I'm the only one. I mean, does this mean that this can be any of these types? Can you cast things in TypeScript? Oh, look at that. That looks great. No. How about this? Can I do this? Looks great. Huh? Huh? I don't know. Is that really a thing you can do? That looks like a thing you can do. I feel like this is wrong. Feels like it should be okay to it feels like it should know this. It's a constructor for a specific class that's extending a class that requires that. So maybe that's just one level too deep for it to figure it out. This is probably just a regular request object, I hope. No. This is actually also defined, right? Isn't that also here? This is an abstract class. So it's a it is a request. What's your problem? So it's supposed to return a promise response or a response. Matisse, how's it going? Look at me not knowing how to use TypeScript. Welcome to me not knowing or understanding TypeScript at all. This is my first time using TypeScript, and I don't know what I'm doing after, whatever, 25 years of JavaScript. If you count, you know, like doing on hovers. That wouldn't even be JavaScript. Did you mean to write promise response? Maybe I did. Maybe that is what I meant. Okay, socket is gonna be this is annoying. I'm not crazy about this because I've extended an abstract class that requires these to be certain things. I feel like it should be able to figure that stuff out. Is that crazy of me? Maybe that's crazy of me. So this needs to return a promise, a void promise. Void promise is like, it's kind of poetic. Oh my gosh, just skip over JavaScript. Don't pollute your brain. Just go straight to TypeScript. There's no reason to know JavaScript. It's just, there's no reason. Okay, we just don't know what these types are, which is weird because you would have thought these types would come. They're in the dog type specification. So why don't we have them? Oh, we have to. We have to import type socket home dog. Oops. Okay, get your dog sockets. We're making progress. What's the matter? A function whose declared type is neither void nor any must return a value. Oh, do I not return a value? Am I supposed to? What are you supposed to return from your... What? What are you supposed to return? Interesting. Seems okay with that for whatever reason. Even though that seems sort of counter to what was shown in the example, but okay. Value. What is value? So this was just broken. So, wait, no, it's here. So what's wrong with this? Value. Okay, we just... Oh, right. What is my channel connections array? What even is that? It's this... Oh, no. Oh, man. Okay, is this me needing more types? Is this... Do I need to... So this is just a made-up container that I have. Does this mean that I need types for that? Like, you know what I mean? I probably can't just have the socket for heat goes down 1 to 2 times. Wait, sorry, Draclin. I can have... Are you answering me or Matisse? You had a 12-hour stream. The socket for heat goes down 1 to 2 times. So it should... I'm not explicitly kicking people off at the moment. I believe... Wait, I am. I am explicitly kicking people off, but only if they need to be kicked off, if they deserve it. Right? I'm doing some kind of keep alive. I'm honestly not sure if I am. If I'm doing any ping... I don't think I currently am. The old version of Heat, I did. So we open this up here. It may be timing out if nobody clicks for a while. So the way I do it, you do... Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. I'm not explicitly... I don't think I'm explicitly kicking, but I'm also not explicitly keeping alive. So there's some possibility that... Oh, I wonder. Well, so let me think for a second. So the way I did it in the past when it was all express-based, I had like a manual keep alive, and it would try to do a ping and get a pong receive. I'm not doing that currently. I'm not explicitly kicking anyone based on time at the moment. Oh, that's for a very good reason. Okay, here's why. And so the short answer is yes, you should have kind of a recovery connection. I don't have a way to just... Normally, when I was running this as like a Express server, I just would basically have a loop that every once in a while would like check everybody, like kick anybody off that needs to kick people off. I can't easily do that with these durable objects. I may eventually add that because I'm going to add some cleanup stuff. So I'm not explicitly sending like a keep alive. So either the client-side implementation is deciding nothing's going on and it's like, okay, we haven't heard anything in a long time, we're dead. Or somewhere behind the scenes, maybe Cloudflare is like culling connections that haven't been used in a while. I don't know actually if they're doing something like that, but I'm not doing it manually, basically, is all I can say. So the way I handle it, I actually handle it in a pretty rough way just because I never, especially in a browser, feel confident that a WebSocket connection is going to stay up. So I handle it thusly, I think. Yeah, I had this goofball thing that's just this connect loop. And anytime I get disconnected for whatever reason, I just wait 1 second and then I connect again. So that is how I do it in JavaScript. And I'm pretty sure in my Unity WebSocket buddy, my cool Unity package that nobody uses, that nobody cares about, hurts my feelings. It doesn't hurt my feelings. I don't want people to use it because then I'll have to work on it. So obviously, what? Updated 10 days ago. How did this get updated? Did some automatic robot update this because there was a vulnerability? Oh yeah. Okay, guess there was some vulnerability in there. This thing in the Unity WebSockets package, how do I handle it? I may not. I think I do, actually. I think I have a... It's the same thing. It's the exact same thing, actually. It's just a while loop. And then if, for whatever reason... If for whatever reason the connection goes down and I didn't explicitly ask for it, it just waits. In this case, it waits 5 seconds and connects again. Yeah, so this is, I used to do that as well. I've had various tools over the years that like bridged into Unity, but this is a, yeah, this is just a Unity package. It's my first time making a Unity package, so I probably didn't do it right, but the instructions are here. I can throw it in the chat for you. Definitely my first time making a Unity package. I've used it on a number of projects, but I certainly cannot guarantee you that it will be very robust. But if you just add it to the package manager like this, then there's a little sample in here to send and receive data. But then you can, yeah, give it a shot. It should work. Should work on Linux? It should work on Linux. It uses the, that's actually would be a very interesting test. You'd have to be sure probably to use the full .NET runtime, like not the scaled down version. I forget what Unity calls it, because I do rely on, yeah, I rely on a lot of .NET stuff that I would be very curious to know whether it works on Linux. It seems to work fine on Windows and Mac OS, and I think I've even tried it on Android on headsets. So I think it works on Android. I guess I don't know that I've tried it. I don't know that I've tried it on Linux. I tried some version of it. I tried some early version of it on Linux for sure, and it was fine. But that might have been before I added all the multi-threading and stuff. So yeah, I would be very curious to know. That'd be great if you could test that. Okay. Anyway, meanwhile, back over here in Typeland. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, Draclin. What were you telling me? The boss of me? Are you telling me I shouldn't make a type for this? Like, what's the appropriate thing to do now? Like, I'm guessing if I'm going to move into TypeScript land, I don't just want like arbitrary JavaScript objects, right? My anonymous object should be a type. Okay. So what's the appropriate way to do that? Make a class? Can I have a struct? I mean, I essentially want it to be a struct. Is that a thing that exists? Or is it struct? Is it just a class? Or is that an interface? Is that essentially what a... is an interface just going to mean it's an object that has some kind of... I mean, it kind of looks like an interface would do the job. What's a type alias? Advanced types. Type aliases. Oh, I see. Well, but that's literally a one-to-one mapping, right? I need a, is that, can I do that? Does that actually let me do the thing I want? Or do I need to? Kind of looks like interface is what people are using. Like if I had, can I just do this wherever I want? Can I do this? I can't just do this wherever I want. Right? That'd be outrageous. I do it here. So, can I have a map of, like, a set of types? Like, if I want this to be a set of channel connections, can I do that? Can I have a typed set? Oh my gosh, am I really gonna learn? Really gonna learn TypeScript? Oh, like give it a generic? That would make sense, right? I would buy that. I don't remember what goes in here. What goes in cooldowns? Is it's like a string and a number? Oops. I'm like, this is insane. This is almost like I'm writing software. This almost feels like I'm programming in a programming language. This is outrageous. Pretty weird that it just lets me do this though, because I didn't say. So there's an ID, there's a time, and there's a socket. Time's a number. ID is a string. So I need to have like ID is a string. Time is a number. And socket is a socket. Is that all it takes? This almost looks like I'm programming. Look at this. What is a gossip? It's a gossip.message. I can't believe this. Is this really gonna work? Handle gossip. I said gossip gets a string, but it doesn't. It gets a gossip.message. Am I going to know that type in here? Please send me emails. What do you want? Nothing. Nothing. Okay. We're working through it. We're getting there. This is a what a mighty undertaking. Am I supposed to return something from a gossip? There's definitely problems. This is broken. I'm trying to take a file at a time. I do have to return something though. What do I return? Either a gossip payload or a promise for a gossip payload. Well, this is async, isn't it? The get channel connection list? Oops, maybe it's not. It's not. It's not async. So we don't return a oh, what are we returning? A gossip payload? Gross. I want the whole gossip object in over here. You mean that? Yeah. This one? And then pass the... I mean, I don't even think I use it. So in reality, it doesn't matter because I don't even use it. But yeah, when we get to the file, I'll fix that guy. But this is the whole gossip. I don't remember what I send, actually. We need to see what... Okay, it does. It gets a whole... Wait, is that right? It doesn't. What does it get? On gossip gets a gossip... What? It gets a message that is the gossip message. So on gossip is supposed to get a message. Right? Which is weird because that has a gossip message and payload. This doesn't seem right. Okay, no, this is... I'm a little confused here, actually. So what is on gossip according to... Am I in the right place? I'm in the receive. I'm in the replica. On gossip, doesn't this look like it takes a gossip message and not just gossip? That's a namespace. And a gossip... That's confusing. A gossip, and then there's the message, and there's a payload. And then, yeah, so the question is, what do we handle in there? We actually only have a message. It is just a message. So we're not handling gossip. We're like handling a gossip message, but that's fine. So it's just a message that we're going to get in here. We still have a problem with the return value of this, which I don't really understand, but okay. And then in here, this is just a gossip message. And that's fine. But what's the thing I still am not understanding is the return value of this. Because if we go look at this definition of this, says it's going to return a gossip payload. Do we not know what that is? Return of an async function must be given... Okay, that is async though. So this has to be a promise for a... Okay. Great. Relaying. We have a channel ID, which is a number. We have a message, which is a string. Okay, so this is where things are going to be weird, right? Like the value is a channel connection. ID. So what is our problem here? Channel ID is a number. It is a number. So is ID always a number? It is. Should be. Should be. So that means our map, our channel connections. Where did I put that? I didn't put that in a very good place, did I? Okay, ID is a number. Right? We may have problems with that. Okay. Right, like this is going to be a string. Wait, the socket UID. No, this isn't right. That's not the channel ID. That's the connection ID. That's different. So that is a string. So then what am I doing here? This dot relay. We need to relay this to the channel ID. Oh boy. Okay, we have like this relay message type. We want to ignore that for 1 second. So what is the actual issue here? Channel ID is not really what we need to know here. How did I do this? Something's not checking out. I'm gonna go to the bottom and work my way up for a second. Just try to like zero in on this issue. I can't quite remember. Like the whole relay thing is pretty dumb. I'm not crazy about the whole relay thing, but oh, this sucks. Like, can you not just like this is gonna go away? We're gonna get rid of that. Where do we get channel ID and why is it so dumb? ID and channel ID. Like what is ID? That's the get cooldowns. Is that the user's ID? Okay. So let's call that user ID. Number. These are both numbers. So channel ID is get path component. Can you try parseInt in JavaScript? Or is it just gonna, it doesn't care. You just call parseInt and it's gonna return whatever it wants. So that could be null. Can you just do stuff like this? I don't know. Like I don't have an intuitive sense of like what's okay and what's not okay at this point. This is a pretty crazy thing to do. Like we're doing this weird combined thing to make a key. I think it's okay. It's okay, but it still feels a little weird. This I kind of want to keep as just an object. Like a request initialization. I don't know really like what you're supposed to do in this case. You know, like what's the I was hoping you could just pass. It's an interface. Headers object. Ah, man. Okay, this is kind of annoying. Like, what's the appropriate way to create some of these things? Like, this interface. Incoming request. Request. Like, what is the appropriate way to create this? It's an iterable iterator. Okay, request init. Wants a headers object. Doesn't like it. Why not? Why don't you like this? I think it looks great. What's your problem? Should make a new headers. You give it an array of headers. You can give it an object. It looks like you should be able to make an object of whatever. New headers. You know? Kind of weird. Why are you so sad? Sure looks like a thing. Is that a string? As a string? Okay. Channel ID is used before being assigned. You think? Not really true, but Can you null a number? Well, I can't null a number, can you? Ah. It's probably bad ideas that I'm having, but just trying to move along. Okay. You're a socket, that's fine. Okay, we're zeroing in back on the thing that I don't understand why or how I did it. So that's where things are getting a little... So the message channel ID. So message... I said we want a relay. So what do we want here? We want a channel ID. Is that actually the thing we want? I think it is. Because we sent a relay, this heat relay. So who... Right? We're sending this. And we're saying, hey, buddy, we want you to have a type, and you have a channel ID, and you have a message. So that's like the local relay, and that's the gossip relay. So that seems okay. So this actually seems okay here. It's not a real type, but... Could we just say you're a number and say you're a string for now? Pretty weird thing to do, but... And then... So this is what I'm really... We want to loop through all the connections. This is what I really am confused about. Because we're trying to find the actual That's her status. That's a whole... So whatever. It's a whole different thing. Okay. We said we have channel connections. We said it is a map of channel connections. So here's where I'm confused. Because this should be a number, right? We want... This is our channel ID. This is not any other ID. Right? Because that's how we're looking these up. Right? And I think time is the connect time. So when we add a channel connection, this is what is so confusing. This doesn't make sense to me. Like this... I don't understand this. I honestly, like, looking at this this very moment, I actually don't understand how this was even working. Unless I just totally screwed up something else, because I don't really, like, the socket UID is just like a unique connection ID. That's not the channel ID. But when we do the relay, maybe this wasn't working. I'm positive we tested this. But maybe I changed it after testing, because this thing of saying, like, hey, go through all of these and look for the channel that looks like our... Unless there's like some other fancy pants thing we do during like the... No. I mean, there's the connect. We can handle the... Okay, is it in our connect? Or is that's not even us? I'm actually so confused right now. How were we bridging the gap between channel IDs and the like random WebSocket ID? Like basically we say, hey, if you're a WebSocket, you're going to go down this path. So that's great. That's fine. I feel like this couldn't have been working. I'm sure we tested it, but maybe I changed something after testing it. This feels like it's wrong. This feels just straight up wrong. Okay, let's go over here for a second while I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing. So the biggest thing is like these types are not the right types. We don't want a replica. We want a explicitly we want a channel replica here. It'll be the same thing here, really. We want a channel replica. So let's just split those things out while we're at it. I'm just going to put them at the top level, I guess. So that would be like our, what? Let's just call it group.mts and replica.mts. Channel group. Whatever. And this is going to have I mean, this is going to be huge for the... All it is for this is just this little bit. Guess we also need dog. How's it? Are we happy? Doesn't look happy. Oh, you're not a type. You just actually want this. Okay. And then we gotta, we gotta do the thing. That weirds me out, but okay. So, fine. So I think that's okay. So this is where it's going to be a real kick in the pants, like getting the whole replica in there. It's going to be, feels like it's going to be a little messy. Well, let's try it. Okay, so the whole replica. Is this whole buddy here. Oh my gosh. Everything's got so much more complicated, but what are you gonna do? Export default channel replica. I need to import some stuff upstairs. Okay. Probably a trillion other things that are broken in here. But gosh, there are. There's going to be a trillion broken things. Okay, we need our utilities package. We need all the roots really live in here. Channel group. That's kind of funny. How come we don't need to know about channel group? I mean, we have to have this. I mean, so we'd say import the type. That's the thing that's a little weird, is about like making sure we know that the channel group is there. I don't know. Gonna be mad about that. Unable to find class, so I didn't find these. So we kind of want them in, even though they're not used. Unable to find class channel group. We have the group, we have the replica. Is it just because you're broken, or... Okay, well, everything's broken at the moment, so unsurprising. We need the constants. Okay. And then our whole issue is the saga of channel ID versus... Okay, we need to know about gossip. Or is that a type? No, we really want it. Okay. So this is our big issue where everything is sad, and it's all very sad. So, how do we force import this? Like, if we want to force importing a class, can we? Can we just... Will this do it? No. Why not? How do we do this? What's the way to do this that isn't dumb? Well, how How'd our buddy do it? We lost it. Where's our buddy? Anybody? In here. So how did we do this? Oh, interesting. You can export. Interesting. I didn't know that. Excuse me, please. Okay, what's right here? So it's export. Oops. Doesn't seem very happy here. Sure, that seems totally not broken at all, right? Okay, so this is still, so our issue here is we do actually need to import what's the matter? This import is never used as a value and must use import type because, okay. I actually use these? Okay, channel replica. That's very good. That fixes that problem. We don't use this. That means we don't need to know about bindings. And that makes life a little bit easier. And we're going to have the same problem here. Don't want you. Make you a channel replica. Token. What's a token? It's a object of some kind. Well, yeah, this is all our access token stuff. So I guess we want an interface for like Twitch token interface, whatever. And Twitch tokens have access token is a string and expiration is a number. Can you have a nullable interface? Can we do this where it's like equal to Twitch token or null? That a thing I can do? Do whatever I want. And headers is from. What's wrong with you? Oh, we gotta do the whole dumb thing. What? It's just you. Interesting. Client ID, where does that come from? Okay, we know that. If we don't know the client ID, we've got bigger problems. Okay, so I don't know if anything works. We seemingly have addressed all errors except for the worst error. The like potentially shameful, embarrassing error. That kind of makes it feel like Twitch is, or sorry, that this has been broken for a month or whenever we did all this stuff. Unless I was manually setting this somewhere, but I don't think I was. That's just straight up a unique identifier. So how did I think that was going to work? This is how we match the sockets. So this is okay. Like this feels okay. This doesn't feel okay. Because we were told, hey, buddy, let's do a relay. I really thought we tested this. So we looped through all the channel connections, but this just seems completely wrong. This just seems wrong. Because channel ID has to be the actual, that's all we know. But how do we know the channel ID here? I don't know. Like, this is the request that gets... It feels like I did this wrong. And I truly don't know how it was working. Although I'm almost positive we went through all these tests where we set it up with only 2 replicas, and I was clear that I was connected to both, and both were getting messages. But this just looks straight up wrong. Wrong. Looks wrong. Looks dead wrong. You know what I mean? I think it's wrong. Because I think this is the place that's just, it's wrong. It's like we were putting the socket UID, unless there was somewhere where I was saying that the socket, enforcing that the socket UID is the channel ID, but where would I be doing that? I think I just did it wrong. It's a sad story. It's nice that this file has almost nothing in it now. It just has this like top level routing. So that's nice, I guess. This is nice and tidy, I guess. I mean, this has a bunch of other stuff that was like work in progress stuff, but that's fine. I guess we don't need you anymore. I still don't quite understand what's going on with this interface, but that's fine, I guess. Okay, so I mean, not only is this wrong and it feels broken, I don't have a quick fix, because all I know in here is the socket. And the socket, the request identifier. Oh, maybe I am okay. Okay, maybe I am okay. Maybe I'm okay. This socket UID, I think, is the group identifier. That would make sense. Okay, I'm not a total hack. I'm definitely a hack, but maybe not a total hack. If the socket ID is the identifier, which you'd want it to be, although that's still pretty confusing. Like, what if you have more than one come in with the same ID? What do? You differentiate them by their socket objects, which we do. Okay, that appears to be right. Okay, I was like starting to get really nervous, because normally, like in normal WebSocket land, the UID would just unique identifier would just be nonsense. You know, it would just be whatever nonsense. But I believe in this case, it actually is. The thing we want. So inside. Okay, so I still feel pretty confident that I've broken 1,000 things, but let's just see what we got going on. Okay, so I think this is actually correct, but we just need to parse it. I think that's maybe the only problem. Like, we're doing work to enforce elsewhere that is an integer. And so we're setting this channel ID is gonna be the socket UID. It's okay. We're not using that as a key, because you could have multiple connections and you could be on totally different replicas. And for those purposes, it doesn't matter. We just iterate through, and if you match, you match, and if you don't, you don't. Now, important point there, we can't just bail. Yeah, we need to loop through, and if you match, we could have multiple matches here. So it is possible to have multiple matches. Yeah, a lot of logging in here that probably shouldn't be in here. Okay, I thought I really messed up, but maybe we're okay. Okay, is this thing actually functional? It feels like it's not even possible that it would be remotely functional. I did not really mean to spend hours on this, but, you know, once I started down the TypeScript path, here we are. So TypeScript is like a real thing. It's more than just types, I guess. I feel like I looked at it before and I don't remember. There was something I wanted it to do and it didn't do, and I was like, forget it. Okay, so user business seems to work. Status seems to work. I mean, no one's connected. Do clicks work? That'll be kind of the annoying thing we have to figure out. So we don't have a great way to do that other than to do all this dumb stuff with the Twitch developer rig to get in proper clicks and make sure clicks actually work, right? Who calls that relay? When gossip happens. But a relay should get called under two circumstances. Right? It should get called directly. Should happen when there's gossip, but it should also just happen. Yeah. So we wait for it, we just don't bother to see if it succeeded or anything, but oh well. Can't be waiting for stuff like that. Is it time to kill the legacy clicks? I think I said it would be end of February. It's almost time to kill the legacy clicks. Okay. Well, we really tore this project to pieces. And we did a bunch of weird TypeScript stuff, some of which I still do not honestly understand. I still don't know what's going on here. I just don't know what this means. I don't know what it means at all. It's confusing to me. Okay, I feel like it's a pretty big change. But it's not. Compatibility breaking? It's adding new features, but it doesn't break. It doesn't break anything, I don't think so. Let's go with this for now. So, okay. This all seems to be happy. Don't know what you mean, but you seem happy. I guess one thing I just don't understand is, like, if we have this thing, you know, this thing, why have that other types file? You know? Like, if we have to have all this we have to have all this garbage anyway, why have both this garbage file and another file called types that we include? What is the purpose of that? Like, if it feels like if you're just going to have a bunch of garbage, just put all your garbage in one place. Because we have example types. We got all this crap in here. And then independent of that, in worker, we have types. So I don't understand. I guess there's nothing There's nothing dog related in here. Is that the idea that this is like, these are non-dog related types, and then the types inside the types file are dog related? Do I care? Do I care about that? I don't think so. I mean, I don't think that distinction is really meaningful to me. So like, I guess what I'm asking is, I've got this like weird type stuff that's basically required by the author, the dog father. Can I just cram this other type stuff in there? Is that a thing I can do? Why didn't that break every single thing? I just didn't want to have these types files because I don't like them. I don't like them. I don't want them. Is it because then I don't get the bindings, even though the bindings are here? Oh, it's because well, but they're not imported. I mean, maybe I have to do it that other way. I just don't really understand them. So those have to be like explicit. Probably shouldn't have deleted that file, huh? That Metal Gear song. Okay, well, I guess don't jiggle the cables if you don't know what they do. Yeah, I don't know what these cables do. I mean, some of this stuff is existing out in the world. I don't know. What do we break now? What's wrong? How did I break those? Wait, what did I do in here? Before I added you, you looked like this. Types, MTS. Oh yeah. Okay. Am I happy? So how do we test clicks? We have to local run the developer rig locally. I might have to make a new version, which is annoying. Let's create a new view. It's me. It's me. Unable to verify token. Unable to verify token. Oh no, I can't. Can I not mute this? Oh no, I can't. Can I not mute this? Oh no, I can't. Can I not mute this? Oh no, I can't. Can I not mute this? Oh no, hi. Can I not mute this? Hi. Interesting. This is busted. 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 Okay, well, we have another... I don't know why that's broken. I think it has to do with like I think I have to make like another fake version. Maybe. To be able to run locally. I may be totally wrong about this, but I kind of think I have to have a... Like that I can't just do this. Like if I want a new version... Show me my console. My console. My console. Okay. Go here. This stupid thing. I really wish I could delete this. Hate it. Can't delete a version. What do I do? How do I delete this whole version of this? Kinda don't think you can. Once you have an old version, you're just doomed. Doomed. Okay, well we have the live version. I'm gonna clone it and make version 2.2.0. Clone. .2.0. Update. Okay, do this. Run the front end. Is actual real life heat working, by the way? Okay, appears to be. So, we've done this. Now let's go to the views. Let's create a new view. Don't talk. 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 Push shortcut to mute. 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 Push shortcut to mute. Push shortcut to mute. Something's wrong. I don't know why. So use developer rig user. Use the current user. Display channel. Viewer type. A logged in viewer. I'm getting unable to verify tokens, but we're obviously verifying tokens. 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 Page up did not toggle mute. 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 Oh boy. I don't know why the developer rig is broken. Why is the developer rig broken?
Very much alike.
2.0. We're running our front end. Maybe I did something goofy on purpose in here, like had fake. Like a fake.
Remember all the happy times we had.
Or log the token. We're sending the token to this place.
Very much alike.
Where are we?
All right. I'll tell you the truth.
I'm going to sign out and sign back in because I feel like the developer rig is using the wrong credentials. Oh. I don't know if this is going to help. That's what it feels like. Why the bad request? Unable to verify token, it says. But why? Working in production. Unable to verify token. It's like the wrong secret locally. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know the answer. Let me double check the secrets in the NV file. Developer console. My console. Heat. Go here. Go to access. Go to not to access. Go to extension settings. Go to the secret that appears to be the latest secret. I was having problems with this before. Is it a problem with the developer rig? Is the developer rig just broken? Probably. Possibly. What's the latest version of the developer rig? Who knows? Like when we did that last big push to get everything working, and I kept thinking that the extension secret was wrong, but it was actually just not that. Was not that problem. The auto update, do I have the latest version? How do I know? Is there a way to know? This has a link to get it. Developer rig. Okay, but can you... How do I know if I... Okay, well, let's just close this. Let's just run setup and just... Oh, interesting. Local storage clear. So that could be a problem. I'm sure my rig configuration is correct, but my extension doesn't work. So that actually could be a thing. So let's run the front end. Let's go here. Let's see, we have these bad requests. So how do we do this? Let's open the JavaScript console. Open the JavaScript console in your browser on a tab with the rig open. What? Is it here? We're supposed to do this? The thing that's like disable cache while DevTools is open? Okay, disable cache while DevTools is open. Didn't help. Can we, can you clear the cache from DevTools? Let me do a local storage.clear. Great. I feel like there's just a broken thing going on, you know? Where something's going wrong with the oh, that's weird. Is that the same version we had? Who knows? Add a project, open a project. What's this stupid heat? It's this thing? Oh yes, my extension secret. One moment, please. Is this my extension secret? Ah! Do you think it stores it here? Like, even if I was refreshing something, like the extension secret was getting cached in some way? Yes, that was the problem. The extension secret was just doing cool stuff. Okay, well, great. I guess now we know. I'm not sure what I did to get it to ask me that. Maybe there's a way I can like blow away a project and add it again. I guess I did a force reload. Maybe that's what I did. Okay, so it would kind of appear that I can click. So there's that. Now I should be able to go over here and do a status and see one connection. Uh-oh. No, that's not true. I'm not connected. I would need to connect. What's the easiest way to do this? I guess the easiest way is the... Gosh, how do you do it? It's that new thing. I don't know where it is, though. How do you do that? It's just the thing, you know? You want a new, what? WebSocket request. So we can just go here and go to channel. And this is very dramatic music. Connect here. Is that not how this works? What's the endpoint called? /channel ID. Oh, WS. Okay, connected immediately. Getting clicks immediately. That's good. That's a good sign. As I'm saying this, I am remembering. Okay, we'll go into this in 1 second. Because trying to say how much I care about something. The answer may not be not. Oh gosh. Okay, we'll talk about it in a second. Let me finish what I was doing. So now, if we do status over here, we should have one connection, right? So replica count is 1. I'm connected. We're getting all clicks. Everybody's just happy as a clam. We're getting all the clicks. So the thing we need to do now is enforce to make it where there can be only one. Basically, with a replica limit of 1, meaning every single person that connects to a new replica. So if we connect here, you could probably report your replica here, but anyway, and let's do this again. Exact same URL, but this should stick us on another replica. And let's click over here. We got that click here, and we got that click here. And just to be sure, we have 3 replicas, which is technically correct because the status query actually is creating a new replica. We don't have any connections on that replica because it ends up being its own total whatever goofball, but interesting. You could almost argue. I was about to say, you could almost argue that you want so basically now we have a dedicated status replica, sort of. But it can get grouped in. So it's not dedicated. It's just there's a connection to one of the replicas that is specifically for status. It just only comes up and goes down when needed. It doesn't really take a connection slot. And then the same thing kind of for the replicas whose ID is the user one, the new user one we made. That feels a little weird. I'll be honest. It does feel a little weird that we basically have these named replicas that are just for those things, but I'm trying to decide if I think it's going to be a problem. I guess because that means that one it's not ideal. I'll say that much. It's not ideal. I think we're gonna need to re-architect that at some point, in a couple ways. One, One, we want it to not count against me. We want it to count against the broadcaster, really. Ideally, the user lookup should count against the broadcaster, but that's a whole other authentication thing we need to do to make it work, but probably a thing we should do. 2 is this means that always runs in one place. It runs in one dog replica always. which maybe is fine. Because it either runs there or it runs in the mainland, and maybe it's fine in the mainland? It can't be, because for status we specifically actually have to get in and do stuff and like talk to the replicas, but whatever. Okay, the thing I got distracted by a minute ago was realizing that our buddy Luke is added the new, added some cool new tricks here. Not here. Here. Unlike replica receive, this is optionally defined. Useful to display custom routing handling logic if the incoming request is not significant to the dog. So like, yeah, so I think I was about to say this, but I think there's actually two features here. So okay, so two things. One is you could add HTTP accessible emit, broadcast, and whisper, which would mean that we could just talk to the clients directly. And this was related, I think, to me complaining. You can access the system from within your replica extensions receive method. So yeah, you can like emit, broadcast, and whisper. So this means we don't technically have to keep that list, that keep the counting of us keeping the list of the connections, but we want to do that. I think we want to do that anyway in the long run, just for like cleanup and stuff. So I think I'm gonna leave that as is for now. This to apply custom request handling before exiting with 404 status. So this means that the add a receive like handler for the group class. Let me just go to the, wait, what? I don't want to, just show me this file. Can I just see the file? Thanks. Like I thought, is that in the, that's the socket, that's the replica in the group. Okay, receive the HTTP request if not an internal route. Unlike replica receive, this is optionally defined. Useful for supplying custom routing handler logic. The increment is not significant to the dog. So what's interesting is, yeah, like having the group handle, like a group receive. But I don't exactly know why I would want to do that. Like, would I really want, would that help me? Like in here, if I could receive with a group. I guess the one nice thing that could do, I don't even know if it's that big of a deal though. Like right now our group does basically nothing. I mean it does its behind the scenes stuff, but our group does basically nothing. But we could if we so chose. I think the answer is no, and I'll explain why. So I kind of would, sorta, kinda, a little bit, somewhat, maybe, like to just let the group handle stuff here for this. So this is what I was just saying. It's kind of like, that means we're like, we've got this replica that's the status replica and it's just doing that. Or we got the user replica and it's just doing that thing. So one thing we could do is instead of having the replica fetch, we could use this new group receive, and then it could do whatever, right? Like it could do that stuff. Add receive like handler for the group class. So like replica receive, but optional. But wait, how do you do that? Is it still called receive? How do you get the receive? Is it by calling fetch? Wait, hang on. Replica has a receive, but you get this by calling fetch on it, right? Right? Now I'm confused. I thought it actually was called fetch. Was I complaining yesterday about something that wasn't Luke's fault? I mean, either way, yesterday we were ending up with the wrong fetch. So like, but maybe I slightly misunderstand in what way it was broken. But so the problem though, I think, is we still don't have the way to, from the group, talk to everybody. From the group, gossip, right? Like, it'd be nice if you could gossip from the group and then just have the group handle that instead of like dropping down into a replica to talk to everybody and then do the thing. So that's what I would like. But I don't think we have that. And I said it would be nice, like at the bottom of the ticket. Maybe it just wasn't clear what I was saying. Because I think it would be useful. Like in our group here. Don't touch this. Yeah, don't read a clear. Yeah, I get it. I accidentally called it, whatever. See, what I want to do is be able to, from inside here, I want to be able to gossip. Why can't a group gossip? Why? So like the actual version, excuse me. What does an octothorpe in front of a method name mean? Does that mean it's private? That might mean it's private. Okay, but it seems like I still can't do the thing that I really want to do. My issues. Yeah, to send gossip to all replicas from the group would also be really helpful. Yeah, that's what I want. I want to be able to gossip. Why can't I gossip? Why can't I gossip to the group? That would really simplify things. Sort of. Like the groups, we'd still have to have the custom little gossip handler in here. So maybe that's a little right? Like you still have to be able to know how to respond to certain kinds of gossip. Sort of, a little bit of want to like plop all the relay logic into a relay route. Just to, it's like, where do we decide to relay? We decide to relay a couple places, I guess. We decide to relay meaning like tell the WebSockets tell the WebSockets that some data came in. So who's responsible for that? We relay when there's gossip about relay. We also relay directly here inside the like, this is like the click route, right? Is that really what this is? This is the click route? Or maybe, I guess it is the channel route, but the channel route is just so tied. Right? Like the channel route's the only one where we actually, it's where we do serious business, huh? And even that really does have two separate paths. I mean, that's where this one replica has to know of the WebSocket stuff, right? And the gossip and close, all those handlers are here. I mean, we could call into some other thing. I'm just trying to think through, like, do we want to try to, like, detangle, now that we have multiple kinds of functionality inside the, like, now that we've added user and we've added status, is there some reason we want to, like, basically break the click handling, all this stuff in particular, like break this click handling out into its own land? The answer is maybe. I mean, the WebSocket stuff is really tightly tied. So like the broadcaster, like this basically, instead of the this, we would say this is like the channel click route. So it would have like the endpoint and the method. Right? Like that's where we decide to click. I mean, it kind of even isn't. Sort of. What else can you do in there? I I don't even know. Like once we get into that handle API request, it's here. Kind of weird that we do all the validation work before we even make sure that you're like doing an API method that we care about. Kyle, today's goal. Mostly did it. Today's goal, actual goal, was just test the stuff I wrote yesterday, and then I spent like 3 hours, 4 hours, converting everything to TypeScript as a way to learn TypeScript. So I feel like I kind of understand TypeScript now. I know Kung Fu. I know TypeScript. I'm not going to say I know TypeScript because there's definitely things that I don't know what's going on, but I get it. I mean, I kind of get it. Especially when it was just put in front of my face that it was the person who wrote C# or designed C#, designed TypeScript. It's like, oh, I get it. You love generics. I get it. So we did that. That's right. We're going to rewrite Video Monster in TypeScript. I don't know if we really can. I guess we can. I wonder actually. I mean, Video Monster is all client-side JavaScript. There's no compile step, so we'd have to add a compile step, but not impossible. So what I'm thinking through now is if I want to do one more little cleanup pass. TypeScript, so JavaScript is terrible, and it's so easy to make mistakes in JavaScript that you will have no idea if you made them until they are actually done. So you could make a giant application, it could do 1,000 different things, and there could be one thing that is like, oh, if you click this button and this button, this button, this button, you could actually cause the thing to happen. That doesn't work. Which of course that's true with any program, but in this case, it's like extra bad. It's stuff that you should have known, that it's like you ask for a variable that doesn't exist or whatever. It's like you do something that is clearly wrong and should be obvious to anybody that it's wrong and is definitely a mistake, but just you can't know until it like actually somebody does the thing. And normal languages, compiled languages are really good at finding things like that at compile time. It's like, okay, the compiler's like, okay, I'm gonna look at all this code. We're gonna go through all of it, not necessarily running it, but like, you know, going through the motions, kind of being like, okay, well, what if it's this? Oh, what if this is here? Whatever. And it can figure out, it'll be like, oh, actually, if you ever got to this point, you'd have a big problem. And it will tell you that at the click of a button, instead of having to wait like 2 years and then somebody clicks the thing and it breaks. And so that's a very high level version of what it kind of offers you. Is it basically gives you some compile time confidence in your JavaScript code that you normally just don't get. Like JavaScript, normally you can sort of know like, well, it parses, like it kind of looks like JavaScript, but it doesn't mean it's actually going to work until you actually run it and see it work. And so the ways that it offers this are manyfold, and it has sort of like some more complicated language features, but short answer is it like helps you not make terrible mistakes that you will not discover for a long time. You're probably right. Should probably do it while it's fresh. And the thing is now I've like made this into an application, and it's definitely more complicated than it was at the end of the day. It's structurally more complicated than it was at the beginning of the day, for sure, which is not always a good thing. Like I kind of liked it where it was at the beginning of the day, where it was just a big long laundry list. And I may find that I regret this choice that I have made to split everything up. But that laundry list was getting really long, and it was getting really tangled, and it was getting the thing actually that was like the straw that broke my designer back. the straw that broke my architectural software architect. I don't know the metaphor here. The straw that broke me was when we started adding like some new kinds of functionality that were kind of totally different paths. Like, okay, when this request comes in, let's go over here and do a thing. And it just wasn't feeling good having that all blended in with the like core functionality of Heat, which is either let a WebSocket connect or let a click come in and tell it to a WebSocket. We had all this other stuff going on. That other stuff is now like spread out a little bit, which is not always a good thing, for sure. Not always a good thing. I definitely like to keep things really concise and like linear when possible, but I guess now we're at the point where this is kind of by definition not linear. There are multiple paths. You can choose your own adventure. So this main file is a cakewalk now. There's really almost nothing here. This file is still just kind of too much going on in here because we're doing both the WebSocket stuff and the click handling stuff. And so what I was just thinking through is like, do we want to split the click stuff out? And the answer might be yes. Because really most of it's in here. The stuff that really gets kind of wild though is this stuff. But that's okay, like we could do it. But these would specifically be channel click. Actually, that's not true. It's not an endpoint. It's like a message type at this point. I think that used to be in the URL. So what would we want to do here? I mean, it could kind of do both. The problem is certain things in here. I mean, we could pass them in. So we have a fork in the road right here. Where's the fork in the road? The fork in the road is here. These are reasonably tidy now. So we have status going on. We have status stuff going on here. And we have user stuff going on here, of which there ended up being way too much, but whatever. So yeah, if we wanted to try to do some laundry, clean this up, what would we want to do? What would we want to do? Well, I guess we just create a channel route. And we just understand that a WebSocket upgrade is a totally different machine. Because this is kind of weird actually, because we're not really like enforcing that this is the channel endpoint. We should. Probably should be. I played my Wordle of the day. I did a pretty good job, I think. Not my greatest work, but we did Wordle. Also, we found out that I look just like this guy, that I have the same nose as this guy. Same nose and same weird brow. So that was this was an important thing to learn. Maybe I'll be this guy for Halloween. Check out Dracklin's car. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, Meerkats was good. I mean, mine, I didn't do very good in terms of playing the game, I should say. But I did well in terms of creating an interesting sculpture, which is obviously what we're actually going for here. Wait, was I get a message? A message from Dracklin and I missed it? Oh my gosh. How embarrassing. Dracklin just sent me a confusing number. Oh, was that the time code of the thing I need to blur out? If that's true, you're a real gem, Dracklin. Okay. Do I want to bother to do this? I've already been streaming for 4 hours and 20 minutes. 4:20:59. Okay. We're on a roll, is that true? I just gotta do it? I do want to eat some food, perhaps, but... Let's just try a quick detangle. So one thing that just should be true is actually we should be checking this endpoint. And if we don't get something here, we should return like a... Probably should return a 404. Dang it. Like, if we make it this far, we... Then, like, what are we doing? What are we even doing here? The 404? Endpoint not found. Okay, so here's what's tricky. If we want to do the WebSocket stuff, we want to do that. Otherwise, we'll just have a channel route. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this, but let's just try it. Channel route. Channel route. And it's going to be basically the same as these other ones, right? I mean, really very, very similar. Nope. Okay, this is our own little made-up dude. We could make an abstract class for this that we have to extend. Maybe that would be a good idea. But for now, static async handle request. Let's just get this whole thing, right? So we want to get some business in, and we want to return some business, right? That's like our whole goal here. I feel like this is going to get messy. Right? Eesh, should I check this in before I cause a kerfuffle? There's just a lot of code that's got to go from here to there. I mean, maybe it's not too crazy. Let's just do it. I'm going to do it. Because it's all in this. It's basically this handle API requests. This whole thing just needs to go into, right? It's this whole thing. So it's still kind of a weird one because it has the upgrade, but we're going to ignore that for the moment. Maybe I don't know where we're going to handle it. Is that true, Mrs. Frizzle? Did she tell you that? Is that a thing Mrs. Frizzle said? Don't be afraid to get messy. I feel like Magic School Bus was just not quite my era, so I don't know about Mrs. Frizzle's wisdom. Okay, that means we don't need this here then. We do want this. Oh boy. We do want this. We don't care about this. We do want to do this. Like, this is definitely this is a case where it's like, oh yeah, this, the compiler's doing all the work here. Like, this kind of refactoring, you want to just like, oops. You want the replica to do all the work. Sorry, you want the compiler to do all the work of pointing out everything that's wrong, and you just want to like go through and fix all the errors. Okay, we need JWTs in here. Where was that? Okay, so when we get here and we handle this API request, we don't want to do this. We want to actually do channel route handle request. Just handle one. You don't have to handle all of them. Just handle one request. That should be plenty. And pass in the replica as well. So this is a goofy one because this is the one endpoint that you can connect to as a WebSocket or post to. Maybe that's weird. It's a little weird. Maybe I should have done it in a different way. Probably should have done it in a different way, but that's okay. I could always change the post, the like click, you know, that actually could be in a different endpoint because that comes from Heat. It would mean, oh boy, it would mean a new version of Heat, which nobody wants that, but okay, we're gonna have stuff like this. I think all these this dots become replica dots. Did that work? Did that work? Are we already done? Suspicious. Feeling suspicious. I find that very hard to believe. Okay, can I... Really? Was Mrs. Frizzle right all along? Mrs. Frizzle... Mrs. Frizzle was right all along? Okay, let's post up, connect, make sure connections, click, we got a click. This is a totally separate replica. We get the click, both places. That's the correct version number. Oh my gosh, that was too easy. Too easy. So this is really just the whole stupid handle all this nightmare. Somebody should probably go through and like put comments on all these. Yeah, this little comment here where it's like, should I clean this up every once in a while? The answer is yeah, you should. The answer is yes. You should. And it's probably bad that you're not. Okay, well, I'll leave that as a problem for future me at the moment. Okay, that got a good chunk out, right? That handling of that API request, getting that out feels good. There's gonna be some things that are pretty weird, like the get channel connection list. That probably does need to live up there. On message. Relay is our own thing. So that's where I'm a little confused here because some of these things are things that are required by the abstract class. Some of these things are like our thing. And right now I'm kind of couldn't tell you which is which. So on open, on close, on error, on message. None of those are us. Receive. It's not us. So on open, on close, on... Where's on gossips? Down there. So let's try to at least have all of our WebSocket stuff together. Do we have an on error? I think on error falls through to on close. That might not be correct. Okay, and then we have on gossip, which is also required. It's not required, but it's there. in the abstract class. Okay. You know, Mrs. Frizzle. What about Mr. Frizzle? I like Lefty Frizzle. Lefty Frizzell, I think it's actually. I don't know. I think it's spelled differently. I like Lefty. Look at that guy. Look at that outfit. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that guitar on the hip pocket. Look at the music note on the belt loop. That's a musician. He's gosh, which song? Lefty Frizzle. He's not. I'm mixing him up with Slim Whitman. He's got a Ooh, oh boy. Well, let's skip over the controversy. If you got the money, I've got the time. That was a Hank Williams song, right? So is that written by Hank Williams? Who wrote that song? No, it was written by Lefty. Okay. Oh, this is the inverse of the of course. The Hank Williams is I've got the money if you got the time. Oh yeah, Saginaw, Michigan, I guess, is the one that is like. So those are just #1 hits. That's a good song. It's actually a terrible song. Like the story is absurd. It's a great song. Absurd story. He's singing Jimmy Rogers songs. Just want to see some. Yeah, give me some singles here. If you've got the money, I've got the time. So is the whole idea that it's the reverse of? Are we not even going to comment on that? Or do I have that backwards? Like I've got the money, honey. If you've got right. But that's if you've got the money, honey. What about? I thought it was. Hold on. Do I have this backwards? It is if you've got the money, I've got the time. But I thought, when was that performed? If you've got, okay, of course that's right. But when did Hank Williams record it? Is that what we needed? We need a secret Hank Easter egg? Okay, if you've got the money, honey, I've got the time. I don't know, how could I get that wrong? But when did Hank Williams die? Not junior, senior. First of all, Hank Williams Sr., he died in 1953. So yes, he would have... Okay, Lefty wrote it. I'm sorry, I had it all wrong. I was all wrong. It is if you've got the money, honey. But you know, when Hank sings it, it's like it's you've you got the money, honey. I've got the time. I just confused my own self. Blue Yodel. That's a Jimmy Rogers song, though, right? Is that true? Yeah, Jimmy Rogers. Traveling Blues. I mean, I feel like maybe Saginaw, Michigan might really be the only Lefty song that I'm... Maybe I need to spend some more time. I love you mostly. Burn. Wait, where was Saginaw? I was born in Saginaw, Michigan. I grew up. Oh, okay. So that was just the 50s. That's in the 60s. In a house on Saginaw Bay. My daddy was a poor, hard-working Saginaw fisherman. Is that him too? He's gone, 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 gone. Crying won't bring her back. I don't know that I know the... Maybe I know the Glenn Campbell version? I don't know. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, I clearly have to spend more time. Railroad Lady. But that's a Willie song, isn't it? Willie Nelson had a new song last week. Oh, his voice. I feel like Willie. We're not gonna have Willie much longer. I will cry the day Willie Nelson dies. I'm just gonna say it right this minute. Okay. We have the on gossip. Both relay and get channel connection list. Those are us. Whisper, gossip, fetch. Okay. Really would like to be able to talk to all the relays from. If I could talk to all the relays from the group, I could do the status without all this business going on. But anyway, this doesn't look good. I think our status is still a mess, huh? Like handling the message. I mean, that should probably not be there, right? That should probably be here. And this should have a like handle message. Right? Probably want this not in here. We probably want to pass the what? The socket. The data, which is just how do you describe this? Data, it's just a string. And replica is a channel replica. Perhaps something like this. And then it'll be the replica that's going to gossip. It's going to be the replica that's going to get the channel connections. That's local, so that can be synchronous. We have to wait for these. Then we combine the two of them by our power combined. And then, so this would be status route dot, would be await status route handle message with the socket, the data, and the this. If you've got the money, honey, I've got the time. Okay. So that's the gossip type. It's a little different than the message type. Maybe that's a little better. So this is all connection management. That's most of what's going on in here now. We have some routing. We have some, we have to, we handle all the WebSocket stuff in here currently. Feels like we probably want to keep doing that. But maybe not. Now we handle the channel request here, which feels okay. It's a lot of business outside of this guy. Maybe I'm making this more confusing and worse. It's very possible. Very, 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 very possible. But I like having this ability to just sort of drop in a little module that's going to do stuff as we add more functionality, especially with like monetization stuff or whatever new things we need to add. The cleanup stuff, it feels like we're going to want. Feels like we're going to want this. I really would prefer to have some of it available in the at the group level, I think. But what are you going to do? So the relay thing's a little weird, but relay is just totally handled here. I guess it doesn't really have to be. Kind of does. Because it needs to be handled on gossip and on... The API request needs to be able to do it, and the gossip handler needs to do it. Now, I guess you could argue... You could argue, you should argue that the channel route, which is gonna gossip, it's the one that's gonna send this gossip. It should probably handle it. So we should probably have an on gossip, or sorry, handle gossip here as well. Oops. What are we doing? I think we need socket in here, do we? Okie dokie. Maybe a 5-hour stream. I did not mean to do that. Here we are. So this is wrong. So what we want to do in here is, if this happens, replica relay. So that relay message is still going to live up top. But, so this would be a return channel route dot handle gossip, and it wants the message and this, right? And then when we add the cleaning thing, it can just go in here. It just means like, I don't know. Just looking for stuff that feels like it shouldn't be. So this probably wants the gossip type to be known the way it is here. And then this could be the nope, channel route. Okay, like if you're the right gossip type, you go in there and return and have a great day. This little connection list is just a way to like create a little why did I do it this way? instead of a for each. Probably cut and pasted it. It's a pretty weird looking thing to do. Who asks for this? It's really only used in the... But it needs to know the... Like you could get the channel connection list by feeding it the replica or something, but that'd be kind of weird. Just trying to decide, like, do we move this into the... Like, only status cares about this. So it's sort of weird that it lives here. But not that weird. I guess similarly, relay is only used by... The connect channel connections and you loop through. So you need the replica there. So you could also relay, because you have the replica. And if the only place that relay happens is in the channel module, the workers, where am I? Like, is the only place I'm using relay? Yeah, the only time we call relay. Relay. That is async. Why aren't we awaiting it? When the gossip comes in. This should be awaited, right? Is that not correct? This isn't. This is. So, what? So we could move those in there. I don't know. They're really only used by those other modules. Or they could become utilities, I guess. On gossip needs to be here. This try catch is bumming me out. Why are we throwing here? On gossip. You'd hope that would never happen. I kind of don't. I don't know. I don't feel good. It's gonna break. Let's let it break. I'll just return nothing, I guess. So if we get a message, we like deal with all the messages, right? Easy. Easy. However, didn't we say that was a string? Hold up. That's not a string. Because we parsed it. Wait, what? we get the message. Oh, then we're sending. What? Message is where we parse it. We don't actually care about it. The data is the string. We get the message so we can parse it so we can look at the type. That's just to see if it is a status message type. Kind of weird. Well, we don't really use it, so it doesn't matter, but I guess that's technically correct. We're just passing it through. Maybe you'd want to parse it, but I don't know. Okay, feels like this stuff's okay. This TS config is sort of out of control. Always strict. Always strict. Okay, anyway. Well, I don't know what we've done today. Was it good? Did we do a good thing today? I've been meaning to mess with TypeScript for a long time, so I guess from that perspective, it was like, great, we did it. Did we make this way harder to understand? I don't think so. Like we broke out some very high level things. And then the place where like the actual work happened. I mean, I really am almost inclined to break out the WebSocket handling stuff too. Because that's most of what's going on in here now. Kind of want to make an abstract class for our handlers. But I generally feel okay about it. I mean, it could be tidier. Maybe this should live not here, but should instead live where it's actually used. It's a little debatable. Because you could imagine other things wanting to relay. Like, imagine other things wanting to talk to everybody. And you can imagine this being so I don't know. It's debatable. So we could add the cleanup thing. Or we could do the make sure we're able to connect. Make sure we're able to click. We could do the more robust authentication thing. But it seems like it works. We want to do more testing before we push it, of course, but feels okay. I think I'm gonna. It's open source tree. First, let's go here to make sure that I don't. Because who knows what I have open in source tree? It could be literally anything. Just get a FedEx delivery today. Did not get any notifications. I'm gonna guess there's just gonna be a sign downstairs that says, "Get it and get it." See you tomorrow. Just deleted an email and I'm having second thoughts. Curses, they got me. Where'd it go? Eh. What happens, Roshi? Where are you? Okay. Slightly secret, sort of secret. Heat workers? Oh, we've added so many files. Oh my gosh. All right, branch. Oh, I'm in a dog branch anyway. I didn't even realize. I don't even know. I didn't even know I was in the dog branch. Let's make a TypeScript branch. Oh boy. Well, that's not true anymore. Get a dog, but not many flare, I guess. Yeah, this didn't serve us well, but okay. Is that all our configuration files? Configuration updates and readme. And? I mean, I don't even know what to say about this. I'm not even seeing that as a rename because we changed it so much. It's kind of lame. Can you like force that and say, hey, it's a rename? Just. I don't know if you can. Well, it doesn't really matter. Actions. I don't see it. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I don't care that much. I thought I would try to care, but guess I don't care. So this is a big, it's a lot. I still don't feel good about this. I still don't really understand this and this. I feel not good about the two of these things. Because I just don't understand them. That looks okay at a glance. This feels more tidy. I should show the whole file. That's always a lot of commented on stuff. I don't know. I wish I understood more what was going on here. We didn't even rename. Did we change the way our fetch handler looks? I don't think we really did. Maybe we should. I feel like this should be a better name. It's confusing. Okay. Anyway. Push the dog. Push the dog. Okay. Did we do anything? No, I can't remember. We did that. Did we do anything special here? I see. Oh boy. A little wild with the generics, Luke. My buddy. Buddy, like, why do I have any of this crap? Why do I have it in? Why is this in my... Why do I have this? You know? Why? I feel like I shouldn't... I feel like this shouldn't be in my project. This doesn't belong in my project. But I also don't know how to not have it, basically. Like, I don't know... because this is mentioned here. And I seemingly need this type, like, yeah, I don't know. I don't really get it, honestly. I don't know why I have to have this. It feels sloppy that I have to have this. And it's either I'm being sloppy because I don't see how to not have it. Like, I don't see how to avoid having this, but I feel like it's sloppy on our buddy Luke's part for including it. It doesn't feel like it should be in my project. Feels like it should be in the dog, right? Shouldn't it be in here? Why do I have this stuff? Mod worker, all this stuff. Why do I have it? Why isn't it here? Well, where is it? Wait, how did that find it? What? What? Where are we? It's interface. Oh, just what? Why is that seeing it as? Ugh, I hate you. This sucks. Why does that happen? Let me check my git config real fast. Because that's not cool. GitHub. I don't know why. I don't know where it gets that. Like why it thinks it. We don't even use that stuff anymore. But the repositories that are like open and available in source tree right now. So like what? Why does this? So we're inside dog land and we're trying to look at module worker and figure out who that is and what we're talking about. And the definition is going here. Why would that be true ever in a billion years? It wouldn't. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't. The scheduled event is a fetch event. It just feels like there's some stuff here that shouldn't be my problem. Maybe I'm wrong about that. And that's where all the durable object stuff is. So where's the module worker stuff? Why? Why does this come back to me? Like who? Workers types. Am I wrong? I need somebody who knows TypeScript to make me feel better about myself for not liking this. Like why do I have to have this? This has it just doesn't have anything to do with me. So why do I care? I don't. We have a ton of insane TypeScript stuff going on, but just ignore that for a minute. If we ignore that for a minute, Dog talks about module worker bindings, but like where? Where? Where do you think that would be? Wouldn't you think that would be in the Cloudflare thing? And the notion of having an interface with the same name as the namespace, I don't know. Like that's maybe one of the things that's making this harder to understand is like, is this just terrible naming? Like, we're calling this, calling a thing bindings. Are these the same two things? I don't know. Are these the same two things? I don't think they are. I just don't understand. It just doesn't look good to me, and it also doesn't look like a thing that should be in my project. Like, why is this in my project? Why? Like, this has nothing to do with this project at all. Why is it here? I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, well, I feel like we mostly did the thing, right? We mostly did the stuff and then did a whole lot more than intended, and it seems to work. I'm still worried to push it. We got to go through the whole thing to like, I don't know if Cloudflare environments are actually done now. Did they actually finish that? Last I checked, environments. And to be clear, I'm talking about not Wrangler environments, and I'm not talking about environment variables. I'm talking about the new, like, worker environments. So how do I... change your services default, navigate to the environments settings page. What? Create environment. This still says beta. Last I tried this, it didn't work at all. Like, or it did like just, there were so many things about it that did not work in a sane way. Like durable objects, it was just not, it was not good. It was not good. So, and maybe what you actually have to do is have totally separate, that could have been part of my problem. It may be that when you do this, you actually have to have fully separate like these bindings have to be totally different, but then you have to be able to know that at runtime. So in other words, like, I think this is what was screwing up, like that I couldn't have these bindings twice in the same place. So if I try to duplicate this, for example, to staging, I don't think I can. Your production environment is using this namespace and may be impacted by modification staging makes to this resource. So like when I tried this before, I'm pretty sure it just broke. Cannot create a binding for a class is not exposed. I don't know. I mean, we could probably figure it out, but whatever. I don't care. We don't really need it. We can continue to have like this as our staging, which is confusing, admittedly. But we can push here and then have heat API dev if we want. I may not even have that in here at the moment. I think we kind of just push. Maybe that's bad. I should probably push to dev before I think I don't know. I feel like last time I was working on this, I was trying to get the no, that's right. This is confusing, but this is correct. If we just publish this, it will publish to dev. It should probably be called staging because we call the local version dev. But so then if we did, I think we even have that in our Wrangler publish. And then if we want to actually deploy it, that is, we have to, yeah, okay. So we can push this to dev right now. Let's do it. It's gonna work. So let's go over here. Connect. Uh-oh. Wait, wow. Of course I couldn't. Could only change this. Okay, we connected. That's the new version. Connected. That's the new version. Very good. We want to go to the front end and go to here. No, I'm gonna go here. And we want to go to what? Heat API dash dev. Probably be called staging, but and go here, and then go here, and refresh the view, and have annoying things pop up all over the place, which is super irritating. Heat API dev. This does not appear to be happy. What did I do wrong? HTTPS, it's heat-api-dev. Oh, this is the URL. My fault. Okay. Okay, we got an unable to verify token, but I think that's actually correct. Meaning, I think the token might be wrong on dev. I mean, you know, the thing. The key, the secret. The secret. So we would want to do like Wrangler secret put. Wrangler secret put secret. Uploaded the secret. That which should be for Heat API dev, not hopefully it just didn't mess up production. Okay, so we got to reconnect. So we connect here. We are connected here. If we check here, we should only have one because I didn't push that limit change. One. Great. And we click. Okay, Heat 2.20 seems okay. I'm not going to pull the trigger today. But it looks okay. We're connected here. We're connected here. We should be able to, for example, what was the whole point of this? Was user interesting. Very interesting. Why would that be true? There must be other stuff wrong, like the client secret. Okay, let me set the clients. Let me close this. Let me just set this up to client secret. Client secret. So I have to reset this stuff 12,000 times because I'm constantly showing on stream. Seems plausible, if not very likely, that I reset this because I showed it on stream at some point. So that's going to reset. And now we can come back here. We're going to have to reconnect. And reconnect. And let's just make sure clicks are still good. We got clicks. Valid token. Interesting. Why? Why? Client ID wouldn't have changed. Client secret did change. Well, heck. Let's the user route. Invalid token. Can only happen if we get to this point and we don't have a token. Client ID and the client secret. I just set the client secret, I think. I think I said it. Just to be clear, we're talking to the right place. Bummer. Can I like Wrangler tail or something? I don't think I get this though because it's inside. Yeah, I can't get anything from inside of a durable object. Well, shucks. It's hopefully just something like the wait, I got it. Okay, hang on. Don't look. Request. I got an identify. Oh, that was weird. Okay, that's its like fake. That's like the internal routing stuff. Replica identifier. So that's not a real. That's not useful. Not useful information. We got more information that time. Redacted. What? Try that one more time. Kyle, please don't look at my privates. My private numbers and letters and words. Please just don't. That's disappointing because I feel like we did all the stuff right. Hopefully it really is just like I have the wrong key. I thought I just updated both keys though. I really thought I did. Like none of this stuff looks crazy. As far as the request, I mean. Okay, I just want to check one more time. Did I actually say? Oh no, it lost all that history. Why would it do that? Okay, does real heat work? Real heat's okay. We didn't break real heat. That's good news. What have I done? Just checking the client secret and the secret. Wrangler secret list. We have a client secret with secret text and secret with secret text. So Wrangler secret put client secret Ryan Seacrest and enter the secret text. Starts with a 7, ends with... I'm not going to tell you. Says success. Uploaded secret. Close this. Close this. Well, what's the problem, everybody? I guess there's a few things that could have gone wrong. Hard to know which one it is, because it could have been any number of them, I guess. Client secret. That secret. Sort of lame, right? How can I get this? If this was in the group, I could probably get it. It's because it's in the replica that I can't get it. So that's another reason might be better to handle things in the group. when possible. Possible. This one in particular, actually, might be a candidate for like, hey, handle this in the because the user doesn't right? Do we care at all? Does this do anything? No, it's only a handle request. So like feels like this would be a candidate for something to have the group handle. Well, what could have gone wrong? I guess I can think of a couple things. Okay, we'll debug it tomorrow, I guess. Kyle, thanks for hanging out. Matisse, thanks for stopping by. Draklin, of course. And Bajosi, Bela Lugosi, the secret TypeScript expert. Very humble, like a mild-mannered Clark Kent kind of thing, but actually the creator of TypeScript. You heard it here first. Okay, thanks for hanging out. We'll check in later. Maybe I'll play some more I was going to say TypeScript. I'm going to play TypeScript. I'm going to play Picross. Yeah, okay, bye.